comes those late inning drama.
And a very good evening to you. Welcome to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. I'm Tyler Peterson. Thank you so much for joining us tonight on what is the penultimate game of this 2022 season as the Vibes take on the Grand Junction Rockies. Tomorrow, they'll play them again one last time. It's game 93 of the season of the 94 we'll play. The Vibes lost 2 games off that 96-game schedule because of the 2 games that they did make up with NoCo, but they'll finish the season out against the Rockies. If they can win these last 2, they'll finish the second half at a .500 record. They are 22-24, a record of 37-55 overall. The Rockies, winners of the second half, will host a playoff game Monday. They are 35-11 in the second half and are 61-54 overall. They've won the last 4 in a row. Last night was a close game. It didn't have to be. Nico Popa came out of the bullpen, gave up some runs, almost in order for Trevin Reynolds to get a save. He gave up, all in all, 4 runs. That's Popa. He gave up 4 runs. And the Vibes had the tying run at second, the tying run at third, winning run at second, and they just were not able to get the last man in with 2 outs. Thus, a 13-12 final last night. Tonight will be Jacob Wesselman, the former Rocky, taking on Alfredo Villa, who has had a really nice season since converting to being a starter. Villa altogether has pitched in 19 games but had 6 starts, a 6-1 record, a 2.93 ERA. Wesselman 3-2 altogether, and with the Vibes, a 5.97 ERA. So we'll take a break, give you lineups and first pitch after this final pregame break. It's our last night in the Springs jerseys. We'll have an auction tonight to auction them off. And then one more game tomorrow. It's a Friday night fireworks night. Big crowd expected. And we'll have a pretty good ball game for you as well. We'll take a quick break on Vibes TV. Don't go anywhere. Well, folks, I might have some bad news for you. It looks like we are about to enter a lightning delay. I do not think we're going to have first pitch as scheduled. We just had a pretty loud boom over us, and unfortunately, I think that's going to delay the start of tonight's festivities. Let's hope it's just a short amount. We don't have an official word yet. I think we might be getting official word soon. And there it is from our PA man, Jake Ross. We're going to take a break, and take a break before things even get started here at UC Health Park. Not a proper send-off here, I guess, unless we had a lightning delay. So this is what we got tonight. Let's hope it's just 30 minutes. We can get this game going. But we're going to take a break here. Stay tuned. Check Vibe social media for updates, but 30 minutes at the moment, and hopefully it's just 30 minutes. We'll take a break. Hey folks, welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Peterson here. Just want to give you a quick update. We are targeting a 7 o'clock start, so hopefully we can stay on target for that. The teams are out. They're warming up once again. 7 o'clock start is what we're looking at right now. We'll be back in a moment with our national anthem, lineups, first pitch, all the good stuff that we've all been waiting for. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We are going to have our lineup cards finally handed off at home plate. Dan Ortiz, our clubhouse manager, and Alex Nielsen will bring out the cards. First for Bobby Jenks, Grand Junction Rockies, their last 2 regular season games as the Rockies. Colin Gordon, the second baseman, leads it off, followed by Casey Peterson, the DH. Jordan Fitzpatrick, the left fielder, is followed up by Jake Cruz, the right fielder. Sean Ross, who hit 2 home runs yesterday, he'll bat 5th, the shortstop. Joe Johnson at first will bat 6th. Hubbard, the third baseman, bats 7th, with Jonah Durand, the catcher, batting 8th, and Josh Elvier, the center fielder, batting 9th. Pitching is Alfredo Villa. For Joe Mikulic's Vibes, it'll be Gio Diaz in right field leading it off. Cesar Lopez, the left fielder, batting 2nd. Ulysses Cantu, the DH, he'll bat 3rd. And Luis Navarro, the catcher, batting 4th. Alon Garcia, the center fielder, bats 5th. Ethan Lopez, the second baseman, bats 6th. Micah Nome, the first baseman, bats 7th. Nick Michaels, the third baseman, bats 8th. Andrew Hansen, the shortstop, will bat 9th. And Jacob Wesselman, he'll be pitching. We'll now send it down to Cliff Cage, who has the starting lineups tonight. I guess he won't read out the starting lineups as we are trying to get this game underway after a rain delay. Not even a rain delay, really just a lightning delay. So fans can come out from under that overhang. We are going to have baseball on this Friday night, this fireworks Friday night. We'll now go down the field for the national anthem. Singing tonight's national anthem is one of our press box left-siders, Jake Bear. All right, here's tonight's Star Spangled Banner. Take it away, Jake.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Atta babe. We might have to talk to Jake later on our broadcast. Jake Bear, our press box manager. Jacob Wesselman on the mound for the last time as a Vibe this season. 3-2 record with the Vibes. He's 2-1, a 5.97 ERA.
Play
Play ball. We are ready to go. The kid's got a Looney Tunes shirt on, so that's always good. The defense behind Jacob Wesselman tonight. Cesar Lopez in left, Alan Garcia in center, Gio Diaz in right. Around the diamond from third to first, it's Nick Michaels, Andrew Hansen, Ethan Lopez, and Mike Anone. Behind the plate is Luis Navarro, and on the mound is Jacob Wesselman. Jake Bear did a great job. We'll have to talk to him later. So he comes back to a round of high fives in this press box. All right, back to the field. We're finally getting ready to go. It's going to be a delay of about 31, 32 minutes. Colin Gordon, who was the only member of the Rockies to not get a hit last night, he'll lead off tonight. So he'll get as many shots as anyone else. Something just popped on my audio board. I don't know if it came over the air. I hope it didn't, because that would not be good. But as long as we're still on the air, that's a good thing. Colin Gordon steps into the box, batting .286, 3 home runs, and 14 RBI. Against Jacob Wesselman, second to last game of the year. First pitch, strike at 7:02. Your umpires tonight behind home is Rob Minter. At first is Greg Expelius. And at third is Anthony Porter. Fouled off the front of the Vibes dugout, 0-2. Time for ball one. We'll have a few guests tonight, as we always have. Our Vibes historian Chris Moyer will join us in the third inning. We'll talk a little bit about what happened today in Major League Baseball. Some new rules coming to MLB next year, including a pitch clock, bigger bases. We'll go through all of it. Wesselman blows Gordon away, 1 out. The Major League Baseball administration, I guess you could say, recognized the unionization of minor league players through the Players Association. So we'll go through all that with Chris. Then we'll have Bobby, who's one of our Pioneer League photographers, in the fourth inning. And we'll talk to Jake Bear later as well. Foul to the plate by Peterson. Casey Peterson, .363, 14 home runs, 74 RBI. And actually, one of the things we won't see next year is what's happening on the field right now. If you look behind second base, Andrew Hansen, the shortstop, is playing on the right side of second base. There will be no more shifting in minor league base or Major League Baseball next year. See Hansen a few steps toward the first base side of second base on the left-handed hitting Peterson. There will be new shifting rules as well. Outside 2-2. So a busy day, not to mention there's actual baseball being played. There's very little Pioneer League baseball left, just 2 days. Swing and a miss, and Wesselman has struck out the first 2 hitters he's faced. That'll bring up Jordan Fitzpatrick, who's moved up to the 3-hole. Fitzpatrick batting .331, 6 home runs for number 6 and 33 RBI. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. Picnic terrace, see all those umbrellas opened up. We've got some suites. We got the banquet hall being used. It's hopefully a good night to see some baseball. Let's hope nothing more than the half-hour delay to start our game. 32 minutes to be exact. Outside, 2-2. Count is even with 2 outs on Fitzpatrick. Ground ball toward Mike Anone. He'll flip to Wesselman. He'll cover. 15 pitches, 3 outs. We head to the bottom of the first. No score on Vibes TV.
Oh, we got something special for you guys today. Our item of the game, the hometown tee, our baby blue tee. If you want to look like some of your favorite Vibes players, check out the General S'more store right down the third base line. Our item of the game, the hometown tee. Get yours right now today at the General S'more store. Come on, let's go, Vibes!
And we're back in the bottom of the first. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. I'm Tyler Peterson. Glad you can be with us, as it looks like we are not going to have Gio Diaz. It's going to be Ulysses Nunez who will hit. I don't know if that was a late change or whether that was something that happened during the break, but Nunez, surprise, a very emphatic strike call by Rob Minter there. So Nunez will be in right field. Wonder if anything else is going to change here. Half swing, does he go? No, and there's going to be no ask. Alfredo Villa, he's put together a nice starting role. 19 games, 6 starts, a 6-1 record, a 2.93 ERA. It's outside. So I don't know if Nunez is pinch hitting, if he just started altogether in the new lineup, but it won't be Diaz. It'll be Ulysses Nunez. Rob Minter again with the very emphatic strike call. Ground ball towards second. Gordon to first, 1 away. I don't want to see Rob Minter do it in this half inning, but I wonder what he's concocted for a strike 3 called, if he's breaking out the big step. Is that someone is that a certain umpire motion? Is that Harry Wendelstedt? Is that someone I should know that he's emulating? Because he just broke that out now. Another ground ball, and again toward Gordon. Just in time. Heck of a play from Gordon. Even though he double clutched, he still got it there just in time. Here's Yuli, the DH tonight. .340 for Cantu, 14 home runs, 75 RBI. Big cut and a miss, strike 1. Ground ball up the third baseline. Villa on the bare hand. That's an infield hit. I wonder if Rob Minter maybe just sort of forgot to do leg day today and maybe he's just getting a few lunges in. Could be that. Luis Navarro. He bats with a runner at first and 2 outs. Big guy's batting .372, 6 home runs, 42 RBI. The second best hitter on this Vibes team. He set a new record for on-base percentage and OPS, which is on-base plus slugging if you're not in the know. Ground ball foul. Some weak contact here in the first off Villa. 3 ground balls. 1 ended up working for a single. 1 almost ended up working for a single, and 1 was a sort of a clean 4-3. Outside. Count is even with Cantu at first. And now the count runs full, so Cantu will be on the move. Johnson is going to back up and play behind Yuli. And that's strike 3, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, no errors. A man left on base. We head to the second inning, no score on Vibes TV.
To get this thing kicked off with our first game of the night, the potato sack race. We got our 2 contestants right down that third base line, and when I say go, they're going to hop their way all the way to me, and we're going to find out who is the winner and going home with a prize. My 2 contestants, are you guys ready down there? They are ready. All right, Vibe fans, let's cheer them on in 3, 2, 1, go! Let's cheer them on, Vibe fans. Keep it going, man. Get all the way to me, man. There you go. Good job, buddy. We're getting you hooked up with a prize. He just keep hopping along. I'll do it with you, man. What's your name, buddy? Gabriel, good job, man. We're getting you hooked up with the prize, man. You can hop your way off the field. Let's go. All right, let's go, Vibes.
Top of 2, Wesselman to face 4, 5, and 6. Jake Cruz, Sean Ross, Joe Johnson, no score in our ball game. I've just been informed that Rob Minter has broken out the Dutch Renner tonight, an umpire from the 80s, with that big step. One, two, three first for Wesselman. A strikeout, a ground out. Cruz only with the Rockies. I only have his Rockies numbers, but he's batting .425 with 8 home runs and 26 RBI. Cruz got that 26th RBI last night. One and two. Swing and a miss. Wesselman's 3rd strikeout in 4 batters. Season high of 8 strikeouts for Wesselman. He's done that 3 times. So he's in pretty good position to try to match that, at least through the first 4 batters. And now a guy who sort of took over yesterday, Sean Ross, 2 home runs, a double, and hit a 502-foot home run. I was informed by Pete Bayer, who is up on all things StatCast, is very much into metadata and gets into the TrackMan and all that good stuff. But he said it was the 3rd longest home run in the StatCast era. And that's at all levels. A touch low, 2-0. Ross with 24 home runs, 89 RBI. He's batting .275. There's a strike. Rob Minter, every time he does that, he points directly into the Vibes dugout. Fouled back. But it is a carbon copy of Dutch Renner. 2-2. High. Wesselman already walking off the mound. He wanted the K. Navarro wants to know exactly where it was. And you know what? I brought this up the other night. Navarro does wear the hockey-style catcher's mask. So Glenn goes with the normal style. Navarro, the hockey style. Full count. Strike 3 called. Four strikeouts for Wesselman. Let's have a look on the YouTube replay. It's a pretty darn good pitch. I would put that one in the file cabinet marked too close to take. Now Joe Johnson. A pitcher's strike, to be sure. He fouls it away. Certainly it's the kind of pitch that you want it to be close enough where you can get the call. You might actually be going for the swing and the miss. This is fouled back. So we have seen the called 3rd strike from Minter, and it's the classic pump back. Very high for ball 1. A game tomorrow, weather permitting. Weather permitted tonight. Just one short delay. Got a piece of the ball boy in the Rockies dugout. He gets a little knuckles from Toby Haldo. 1-2 to Johnson. Towards second, Lopez ends the inning. Well, for the second straight inning, 2 strikeouts and a ground out for Jacob Wesselman. He's retired 6 straight. We head to the bottom of the second. No score on Vibes TV. I like that. Bottom of 2. Garcia Lopez and a known to face Alfredo Villa in a scoreless ball game. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. Hope you're enjoying tonight's broadcast, which will be the second to last broadcast of the year. I'm crying a tear right now. It's been a long season, but it's been a short season. And we've brought you now our 47th broadcast, I believe. We were supposed to have 48 home games, and I know at one point we sort of adopted a few home games from NOCO, and then there were some we just didn't play at all, so I think we're still at 48 after it's all said and done. Our home record should have 46 games before tonight. Yeah, we've got it right. Oh, and now Rob's just abandoned the Dutch runner. Oh, come on now, man. Quads can't be barking already. Garcia off the end of the bat. This might be trouble. Hubbard, Ross. It'll be Ross who makes the catch. It'll bring up Ethan Lopez. Lopez batting 343, 10 home runs, 48 RBI, on-base percentage 1/1000th of a tick, under 400. It's 1,000th, not 100, right? Yeah, 1/1000th of a tick at 399. Again, math, not my strong suit. If Ethan Jordan is with me, he can sympathize. That's fouled back off of the catcher Durant. Base is empty, the 0-2. Off the end of the bat, again, weak contact. Villa is going to take this himself, one unassisted, for the second out. Here's Mike Annone. Mike batting at .313, 3 home runs, 49 RBI. Two outs in the inning. Bases are empty. Looks at ball 1. Mike playing in his last few games, at least as a Rocky Mountain vibe. I only say that because in the rules of the Pioneer League, he'll be ineligible to play in the Pioneer League because he would have picked up a 4th professional season, according to the league rules, which is considered 45 games in any 1 year. Up the middle and off the glove of Ross. That's a base hit. A second hit for the Vibes. Vibes have a hit in each of the 2 innings, but that's it, 2 singles. The only hits in the game so far. I really wish they would have already calculated whip for me for pitchers across the league. Villa has given up 52 hits and 21 walks in 58 1/3 innings. So 52 hits, 21 walks in 58.333. So that's a whip of 125, which is immaculate, but it'll get a little higher as Michaels sends one up the middle, back-to-back singles here in the second inning. All with 2 outs as well. We'll bring up Hansen, who's playing his second straight game at shortstop. Hansen an RBI spot. Off the catcher Durand again. Boy, Jonah Durand. That one went over the backstop, all the way over the net. Hansen was at the plate last night when Reynolds struck him out with the tying run at third, go-ahead run at second. Right off the top of that mask for Durand. And the mask didn't really move. You want the mask to pop off to take some of that kinetic energy away from you. That's towards second. It's off the glove of the second baseman, and it's going to be dropped. It's going to be a base hit. Hansen smoked that one. And Gordon did everything he could. He almost made a great play on it. Here's Ulysses Nunez. Nunez off the end of the bat. Villa, he wants it. He's got it. That ends the inning. Vibes leave the bases loaded. No runs on 3 hits, no errors. We head to the third. No score on Vibes TV. And then bring that this way.
Is ready. They're ready. I know they are. Come on, Vibe fans. Let's cheer them on in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, there you go. Keep it going. Let's cheer them on, Vibe fans. There we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is it. Good job. Let's find out who is the winner. Well, it looks like we got a tie, which means you guys are both the winners. Good job. I don't know if you did that on purpose or not, but good job. You're both the winners. Get you hooked up with a prize. We got more baseball, Vibe fans. Let's go, Vibes!
Welcome back to Vibes Baseball here on Vibes TV. Tyler Peterson with you. Hope you're enjoying tonight's broadcast on a Saturday evening here in Colorado Springs. Bottom of the order, Hubbard, Durand, and Elvier to face Wesselman. It's our celebrity third inning. I'm now joined for one last time this season by Vibes historian Chris Moyer. How you doing, Chris?
Celebrity now, huh?
Oh, this is our celebrity third inning. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now,
Glad to be here.
Glad to have you here, Chris. Chris is our resident Vibes historian, as that's going to be an interesting play at shortstop. Hansen, that's going to be an error on Andrew Hansen. We'll take another look at it. No, we can't. I think Hansen misplayed that. It's going to be an error on the Vibes.
Yeah, that one kind of ate him up. They were trying to grab it right on the bounce there. So it was a tough position he was in at that point.
Well, Chris, I know today's sort of been an interesting day for Major League Baseball in general. We've had a number of rule changes that have sort of been in the pipeline for a few years and now are going to be instituted in 2023. Can you give us a quick summary of everything that we saw today?
We'll try and get through it as quickly as we can here. Of course, the big one, of course, will be the pitch clock or pitch timer.
That's up the middle for a base hit. Here comes Hubbard. Garcia's going to throw through, and he'll throw it all the way past the backstop. That's going to be a hit and an error. The hit for Durand and an RBI, the error allowing him to get to second. 2 errors in the inning for the Vibes.
Yep, just a little bit too hard on that overthrow there. And missed the cutoff man, missed the backup man too as well, and we got the free base there for Gerard. Anyway,
please go ahead.
The pitch clock is going to be the most important one in the major leagues, I think, because to try and get the pace of the game going. It's going to be a 15-second pitch clock for we've got a chance to see it some this year here. Here at UC Health Stadium, 15 seconds when there's no runners on base, 20 when there is a runner on base. And they're going to try and develop some of the other side rules, whether the limit the amount of step-offs away from the base and whether they can or the pitcher amount of step-offs from the mound during that situation there. The other ones are that's also going to be in effect. Will be the larger bases. Instead of 15 inches square, it's now going to be 18 inches square.
Now I find that very interesting because will they have to slightly adjust the placement of all 3 bases because of that?
Well, I mean, you're going to be moving your post in the ground a little bit to still keep it all along the baselines.
Popped up, Michaels into foul territory. And makes a catch. A little nervy, but that's the first out of the inning.
And then when you look at the size of the bases, it's actually going to make the base running paths about 4.5 inches shorter.
Oh, no, that's very interesting.
Yes. So you're going to have more opportunities to see the possibility of stolen base attempts and pickoff attempts there. They're going to be limited to 2 pickoff throws to the first baseman or whichever base they throw it to. And if they're successful in getting the move over to another base, then they get another chance at 2 pickoff attempts.
Now, in baseball, it is sometimes a game of centimeters. So 4.5 inches, cutting it down, but 225 on each side. That really is the difference between safe and out in a lot of close plays.
Especially when you have a lot of bang-bang plays, especially when you got the shortstop coming over to the second base side, making those swipe tags on the throws from the catcher. That seems to be more prevalent these days. Once we saw somebody like Javi Baez start doing that, and a lot of other catchers, second shortstops, like Tatis and some of the others, start doing these other swipe tags on the second base side. That those little couple inches might be big, and then with those extra 2 inches, apparently base running has been up a good couple inches.
Smoke to center, and Garcia's not going to get this one as Gordon finally gets a hit in the series. It's an RBI double. It's 2-0 Rockies.
But yeah, base stealing attempts have been up in all levels of the minors, at least 2 or 3 tenths of a percentage point. So there's more aggressive base running. They try and get all of a sudden get a runner in second place, and all you need is a base hit to get that runner in. When all of a sudden when you got the quick pace of the game, all of a sudden a 1-0 game, you might get that one run, and things can go real quickly. I went to one minor league game earlier this year. Pitcher threw 7 pitches, got out the inning in 7 pitches. That half inning took about 3 minutes, literally 3 minutes. It's amazing how fast this can happen. It actually happened to be the son of Hall of Famer Tom Glavine.
Is that so?
Yes.
0-1 to Peterson. He takes outside. We're talking with Chris Moyer, our Vibes historian, about some of the news and notes of today. And, we've been talking about pitch clocks and not necessarily the bigger bases, but some of these rules changes for a while now. They've hampered CBA agreements. They've sort of come up every year. They've, started in the Atlantic League and then sort of moved to other leagues. Nunez makes the catch. His throw to third is not going to be in time. It's a flyout. So give everybody an idea of what prompted this now. Why now? Why did this happen now?
Well, we've had, as MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred said, they had over 8,000 games in their system. They've been able to test a lot of games to see how the pace of play have gone with the quick clocks underneath there in the minor leagues, and most of these games have been averaging 20 to 30 minutes faster. And then when you've got games running over 3 hours or 4 hours, just the last 2 Vibes home games can attest to what we've went through.
A 2-out bunt. Will this stay fair? That's going to absolutely stay fair for Jordan Fitzpatrick.
One of those groundskeeper specials right down the third base line.
Colin Szynski not getting Christmas cards right now from Jacob Wesselman. That's going to be a bunt single for Fitzpatrick. And with 2 outs, I'm a little surprised that, it might have taken Gordon's surprise at third.
Yeah, especially if they had tried it maybe more towards the first base side, maybe try and make it more of a squeeze attempt to try and get that the third run in.
You got the catcher running pretty much straight at you trying to track down that ball. And
it made no sense to try and go right at the runner. So if they had tried it down the other baseline.
Here's Jake Cruz. Smoke to center. Garcia going back, reaching up. It's over his head. 1 run scores. They're sending the next runner. Lopez's throw home will be a bit late. It's a 2-run double for Jake Cruz. And he's just brought in Gordon and Fitzpatrick, who kept the inning alive with that bunt single.
But we're just seeing the way you were able to get through last night's game. It was a nice long game. What was it? 3 hours and 50 minutes.
3:52 if you want to count each one.
Right.
But
and I think the last game you had, the last homestand, I think you had the clock running, and you had it, what was it, under 2:20?
2:19. So, I mean, right there. And obviously there's the whole what actually happened in the game that would influence that. But you think about this. With the clock on, you don't pitch the same pitches. You don't go about the way that you go about yourself. You're rushed a little bit more. So the outcome of the game is directly affected by that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just with a pitch clock, the 3:52 could have been, 3:30 or 3:19. It would have been a whole different ball game.
Right. I mean, then with the PitchCom technology that they're using in the majors, where you're not, where you're automatically punching the signals there by the catcher, that is even more reason why to use the clock when you don't have time to try and figure out signals.
Ross sky high to left. Cesar Lopez make a little bit of the pop-up dance. He makes the catch. The inning is over. It's 4 runs for the Rockies on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits on 1, 2 errors, and a man left on base. More with Chris Moyer in the bottom of the third inning. It's 4-0 Rockies on Vibes TV.
Hanging out here with Dason, it is time for the emoji game. Guess That Movie, brought to you by Great Clips. All right, man, how the game works, we're going to turn this way, face that big screen. We're going to see some emojis pop up, and you let us know what movie that is, all right? But don't worry, if you need some help, these Vibe fans will help you out because they know their emojis too, all right? Dude, are you ready, man?
Yes.
He's ready. All right, let's see those emojis. Ooh, easy. What is that movie? He knows it. What is it?
Lion King.
Great movie. I cried at this movie, too. Is he correct? I think we know he is. Good job, man. Easy one, but you knew it right away, man. Good job. We're getting you hooked up with the prize, man, all right? Enjoy the rest of the game, dude. We got more baseball. Come on, let's go, Vibes.
Four runs for the Rockies in the top of inning number 3. Now it's the Vibes' turn to respond against Alfredo Villa. It's 4-0 Grand Junction here in the bottom of the third inning. I'm Tyler Peterson. Thanks for joining me tonight. We're still in our celebrity third inning with our Vibes historian Chris Moyer. We're talking about the new rules in Major League Baseball that came down today, and I want to pivot now to something you just sort of mentioned but we didn't get into in that first segment, which was the shift. The new rule is 2 players on either side of second base with both feet, both feet in the dirt.
Yes, both have to stay in the dirt.
Ross is going to make the play on Lopez, 6-3 for the ground out.
So we don't have those roving short rovers out in right center field like Manny Machado has been doing a lot. And I mean, it's obviously to cut down on the shifts. I mean, when you're seeing something like Joey Gallo being shifted 56% of the time, granted he isn't much he's more of a power hitter, whether it's going to be the strikeouts or the home run balls, but it's still you got to adapt to the times.
Well, how about this? I mean, Joey Gallo, Joey Votto, you think of power hitters. I understand the shift there because you're trying to take away a certain part of the field. You want to pitch them a certain way. But, I mean, the shift now has become just completely ubiquitous to where earlier this year, Jed Lowry for the A's, who was batting lower 200s, he was getting a shift on by the Rays. It's like, okay, well, then what, a bad hop off the first baseman. Will it be saved by the second baseman, Gordon? It will be. That would have been a single for Cantu, but Gordon takes it away from him. That one goes 3-4-1.
Well, I mean, it's heads up there, too, for the pitcher to get over there, too, especially when the first baseman's struggling to get that ball, and then all of a sudden get the ball from the second baseman, and then all of a sudden, boom, right there for the quick second out.
Now, 2 outs in the inning. I want to ask you this because we're sort of reminiscing on the broadcast these last couple days. Do you have a singular favorite moment from this season?
You know, I mean, the one thing I really liked was Gio Diaz. When he first came here, you know, he didn't play the first game, and then all of a sudden reeled off this long hitting streak to start his career here.
25 in a row, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
and then, you know, and still maintain a 394 batting average for this season. That's probably one of the highlights this year for the team. And the team's been playing a lot better. You know, I mean, the struggles. I mean, Joe Mikulik has been able to get this team together and get them more competitive team, especially going into next season. And then with some of the other changes we're going to see next year, pitch clock all around the league, the new stadium in Windsor, Grand Junction's new name. It's the among some other things, maybe some other teams down the road, maybe to a 12-team league down the road. Maybe not necessarily next year, but in the years to come.
I think you may see that in 24, probably more than 23.
Right. It's the idea, you know, with the way it's growing.
Whoa, a wild broken bat. Gordon is going to take the ball at second base. That bat is halfway down to the Rockies bullpen. It's going to be just 3 groundouts in the inning, 6-3, 3-4-1, and 4-3. But it was a little bit crazier than that. Chris, I want to thank you for your time.
Maybe the Vibes will see Missoula next year. We'll see how that
Maybe
works.
the Vibes will see. Maybe we'll see all the teams this year. We don't have the schedule
we'll
yet, but we will see.
Yep.
I want to thank Chris for stopping by. It's 4-0 Grand Junction as we head to the 4th on Vibes TV. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. Tyler Peterson with you. We say goodbye to Chris Moyer. We say hello to Bobby Stevens, one of our Pioneer League photographers. He's stopping in the booth tonight. How you doing, Bobby?
Good. How you been?
I've been well. We're in a 4-0 Rockies lead here in the 4th inning. Wesselman will face Joe Johnson, Jalen Hubbard, and Jonah Durant. Well, I just learned something interesting, Bobby. This is your 7th season here at UC Health Park. Is that correct?
Yep. I started beginning of the season 2015 after the change to the Milwaukee Brewers affiliation with the AAA ball. So
you've seen a lot of changeover in your time.
Quite a bit.
I mean, even in the last few seasons, it's been a lot. I'll talk about your photography, though. Go ahead, if you can, give us a plug of where we can find some of your photography online.
Right now, mostly it just everything here at least goes to the Pioneer League, so you usually see quite a bit on there.
What about the Insta?
The Insta, this is terrible. I don't even know my handle offhand. But if you search for Bobby Stevens, it'll usually just come right up, Bobby Stevens photo. Bobby
gives us great photos of both teams because he works for the league, so he's got to service both squads here. He's one of our many photographers here with Pat and Presley, who does a little photography from the dugout as well.
Yeah.
I love photography just as sort of a hobby. I have a sort of a nice consumer model, nothing too expensive. Didn't buy a lens separately from it or anything like that, but I just love photography. What got you into it?
It was actually music. Loved going to concerts and loved seeing bands. And I was in a band a long time ago, and I got out of that, and I still wanted to be involved in some sort of way. So I started just shooting local bands and whatnot, and ended up getting a lot of paid gigs working with touring bands for a bit. And that kind of just branched out. Always wanted to shoot baseball, though. And it was awesome the way that happened. Ended up meeting Pat, the team photographer, and he kind of just invited me for the beginning of the season, and I'm still here somehow.
Now, what do you shoot on?
I am shooting currently just Fuji.
Okay.
I started out Canon. I was die hard. About the time of the pandemic, I actually ended up selling all my gear. Just kind of, I lost a lot of contracts, and
Sure.
you know, got to do what you got to do. But I just got a new kit not that long ago, and I've been shooting Fuji, and I've been really happy with it.
Now, do you play around with the Adobe suite of products, or what do you use for your post production?
I'm a hardcore Adobe guy. Yeah,
big Lightroom guy.
Huge Lightroom guy.
It's funny because I didn't learn Lightroom in school. I just learned Premiere, Photoshop, Audition.
Yeah.
So I took everything into Photoshop that I would shoot, but yeah, there's something about Lightroom.
It's
so much
quicker.
better.
Yeah, it's so much quicker, very user friendly. It just takes way too long on Photoshop for me, at least.
This will be a single for Hubbard. It sends Johnson to third, who reached on the 5th strikeout by Jacob Wesselman. Certainly, Photoshop's great for a lot of things. It's sort of you can use it strictly as a photo editor if you want to, but yeah, Lightroom is definitely like built for that.
Absolutely,
that machine is built for it. What is, because I know, listen, action's great, but I know you like to shoot a lot of color shots, a lot of sort of ambiance shots.
Yes.
What do you like to get? Is it sort of the player profiles? Is it the atmosphere? What do you sort of look for when you look through the lens?
For me, yeah, if I'm shooting something that's just kind of airy and has just that ambiance to it, I'm usually looking for lighting. I'll try to run some of the stadium lights right behind the players just to kind of get that background glow and whatnot. And those shots, to me, just, I don't know, you can kind of get a lot of emotion out of it. But usually, yeah, it's mostly just looking for lighting and just kind of a cool angle.
Now, is this a full-time gig for you?
Not anymore. It used to be. Now it's just more for mental health more than anything,
okay.
I think.
Throw down to second. Hubbard is smoked. That play goes caught stealing, 2-4. And there's one out in the inning. Now, I see you've got quite a bit of Boston Red Sox gear.
I do.
Are you from the Northeast?
I'm from New Jersey. My family hates me because I'm not a Yankees fan. But, yeah, I've just been really into the Red Sox since I was a kid and just kind of stuck. After the 2004 World Series and breaking the curse, I don't know what it was. I had to be a Red Sox fan after that.
Have you been to Fenway?
Once.
Okay.
My 8th grade field trip, right before we graduated, we went to Boston for a few days, and we ended the field trip going to a game at Fenway. So I got the tour before the game and everything, and it was just wild.
I would like field trips like that. Jeez Louise.
I know, right?
I mean, listen, the Science Center and all that kind of stuff is great.
It's
but
fun, yeah. But, yeah, going to a Red Sox game, there's nothing like it.
That's very cool. Who are some of your favorite Red Sox growing up? Sort of the old teams, the Manny Ramirez and...
Yeah, it's going to be like that 04 team.
Yeah.
I was a huge David Ortiz fan, Big Papi fan. It's just kind of my guy. Dustin Pedroia, just loved him.
ASU.
Yes.
God, I'll sneak that in there.
Right. But, yeah, and also, going back to, like, Ted Williams and whatnot, just an insane player. They don't make them like that anymore.
So what did you think of the induction was it this year, last year, for Big Papi?
This year.
This year.
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
Well deserved. Thought it was, everybody did a nice thing for him with his last season, too. So happy for him. He had a heck of a career.
It's sort of a new thing now when we know guys are going to retire, that they sort of get this last hurrah in all
Yeah.
these cities, and
It's really nice to see the away teams doing stuff like
and
that.
like you get maybe a surfboard in San Diego
Yeah.
or barbecue,
Right.
in, Kansas
Cowboy
City or
boots
whatever.
down
Yeah,
in Texas.
and it's just I think that sort of started. I remember they did that for Mariano Rivera.
Yes.
But I don't really remember it sort of beforehand. I don't know. It
Not
just sort of
really.
happened organically, I guess.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right.
That's ball 4 to Elvier. It's going to be first and third. 2 away for Colin Gordon. We're talking with Bobby Stevens, who is one of our team photographers. Do you have, in your mind, sort of a single favorite shot? We'll start maybe this year, and then your time altogether here.
Oh man,
Baseball-specific shot. It's such a
it's
loaded
so hard
question.
for
I
me
know.
'cause, I mean, we shoot so many pictures per game, and we got to boil those down to a good 100 or so per game. But I think maybe a couple that stands out to me. It was a really good sunset, and I'm such a sucker for a good sunset. If I think it's going to be a good one, I'll usually run from the dugout all the way up to the suites up top, and I'll get right behind home plate, and I'll shoot with a fisheye, just kind of get everything. It was probably about a month ago or so, and it was a great shot. It was a really good wide shot, the entire stadium. The clouds were perfect. The sun was setting just in time, and stuff like that. It's just, what they say, how can you not be romantic about baseball? Something like that. That's why I do it.
1-1 to Gordon. Swings and fouls it away. That's sort of my biggest problem is I love going out, taking a drive to, say, Big Sur. I'm from California.
Yes.
So I'll drive to Big Sur. I'll drive to, Point Reyes or something like that. But I'll go in, the morning when it's foggy. I'll never, wait there till, sunset. I'd love to get some pictures like that. I'm just too impatient. And also the traffic is too terrible for me to wait wait that long. Swing and a miss. That's strike 3. How about 7 strikeouts for Wesselman
Wow.
through 4 innings? Bobby, can you stay for another half inning?
Absolutely.
All right, back with Bobby Stevens in the bottom of the 4th. 4-0 Rockies on Vibes TV.
It's time for the Ricky Bobby race. That is right. Hanging down here with our 2 contestants. What's your name, dude?
Luke.
Noah.
Luke and Noah. All right, man, how the game works. When I say go, you're going to pedal all the way down there to our promo staff. Once you pass them, get off the bikes, turn around, race back to me, and we'll find out who is the winner. Because if you're not first, you're last. All right? You ready, dude? You ready? I can feel it. All right, Vibe fans, let's cheer him on in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Crash, get on up, dude. You got it, man. All right, turn around. Race back. Oh, the easy victory. Uh-oh, he's coming behind you. You better pass. There you go, dude. Good job, man. Hey, man, at least you crashed and got back up, man. Good job, dude, but we're getting you hooked up with a prize, man, all right? Good job, man. We got more baseball. Come on, let's go, Vibes!
Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. Tyler Peterson and Bobby Stevens, team photographer Bobby Stevens, working for the Pioneer League. Having a good chat about talking a little photography shop as well as a little baseball. Now we're doing a little reminiscing. I know you're technically, you're a league guy more than you're a Vibes guy, but you're a Vibes guy too.
I'm a Vibes guy. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. So do you have sort of a singular moment, not a photography moment, but like on-field moment this year that sticks out to you? Because we're reminiscing on the broadcast these last 3 games.
Yeah, it was actually the last homestand, and I try to be here for as many games as I can, but I work a 50-hour-a-week job, so it's tough to get here. But when I can, yeah, it's great. I've missed every single home run derby
Knockout round.
knockout.
Knockout round.
Every single one. And I think it was one of the last games of the last series that we had here. And the stars were aligned. I think we were vibes were down towards the end of the game. Ended up tying it up in the ninth. And we went into a knockout and pulled off the win. And I shot the home run, the winning home run from, I don't know, 10 feet away? Right outside the dirt around home plate. And I got the contact, like, as the ball was coming up the bat. And to me, it was probably one of the best moments ever. Just because the team was going wild behind me. They came around, they got him at home plate, and just the energy was insane. But to be able to capture all of that was the best part for sure.
I think it was this guy right here who won it, Mr. Ethan Lopez.
Yep, yeah. He is dangerous at the plate. That is for sure.
He's 0 for 1 tonight. That's to left, but it's not deep. The left fielder Fitzpatrick will make the catch. Two-way now in the inning. Mike Annone up next. Talking with Bobby Stevens. Whoops, dropped my pencil there. Usually you don't say that stuff on the air, but
End of the season.
End of the season, we'll pull back the curtain a little bit. Mike Annone today, a single, 1 for 1. He had one of 3 straight hits in the second inning off of Villa with 2 outs.
Great guy. East Coast guy.
Yeah, he's close to your neck of the woods. He's a Delaware guy.
Yep. He's actually not too far from me. We talk about food all the time. Pizza, good Italian places to eat.
You got a favorite dish you're missing right now?
Just good pizza.
Yeah.
Pizza and bagels.
How? Because listen, West Coast, East Coast, it's
Sure.
completely different.
It is.
in the pizza landscape.
Yes.
What is it to you in your mind that maybe you have found or maybe you haven't found sort of out west?
They say that it's the water and the mineral content out on the East Coast. So when that goes into the dough, it does something.
So it's really at the microbial level is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's microscopic. You can't. I've heard of a couple places out here that will bring water in from the East Coast to try to get it as close as possible. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't tasted anything close, but that's what they say it is. It's the water.
So are you saying it's sort of like the New York tap, or are you saying they're taking buckets in Lake Ticonderoga?
Who knows, honestly? I don't know.
That's very
It's probably the tap.
New York tap water doesn't strike me as being like. Maybe you can drink the tap. I don't know.
I'm still alive. So.
Okay, that's fair. This is Nick Michaels. If the New York Water Department Commissioner is listening, I
I'm
apologize.
so sorry.
2-0 to Michaels, who singled back in the second. Again, one of 3 singles off Villa. Vibes down 4-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. This is popped up. This might be playable. Right fielder Cruz toward the bullpen and just out of his reach as he slightly trips over a folding chair. Any shout-outs to give on the broadcast tonight, Bobby?
Just you guys. It's been such a great season. It's just been super enjoyable being able to hang out with everybody and a lot of new faces. Shout out to Pat and Preston. We're all shooting down in the dugout all season. It's cramped, but we like each other, so it's a good situation. Everybody's fun to be around, and just really fortunate to be able to still be here after all these seasons.
Very cool. 2-1. Swing and a miss. I'll get your take, but how do you think Jake Bear? We'll talk to Jake Bear later. How did you think he did on the anthem tonight?
Really well. I was pleasantly surprised. I was telling him just before I came in here. I shook his hand. I was like, wow, like you did a great job. I said that could have went either of 2 ways, and I didn't think it was going to be that good. But, yeah, I think you did a great job.
Did we get an official time for Jake?
I was going to ask you guys because I know everybody tracks it up here.
We sort of had the over-under at 110.
I think he went over.
I think he went over, too. I'll have to go back and rewatch.
He went
maybe.
over.
2-2 to Michaels. Ground ball toward Ross. About as easy as it can be for a shortstop. He fields the ground ball. The 6-4 put out on the fielder's choice to Michaels. Well, Bobby, thank you so much for stopping by, man.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I don't think you're here tomorrow, so good to see you.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
see you
for
when
a great
I see
season.
you. Yeah.
All right, maybe
care.
I'll see you at the Black Sheep sometime next
I'll
year.
be here.
All right. We head to the 5th inning. It's 4-0 Rockies on Vibes TV. We continue the Tonight Show with our third guest. It's our resident tenor, Jake Bear. How's it going, Jake?
Pretty good, Tyler. Thanks for having me, man.
Now, we were talking with Bobby. Did we get an official time on the anthem tonight?
Yeah, 1 minute, 23 seconds.
Oh, then the over hit.
The over hit. I think the line was set at 110 for the night. So
Yep.
to all of our YouTube listeners and bettors out there, if you bet the over on the anthem for tonight's game, you're a happy camper.
And I know the manhole you have to lift up in Vegas to find that bookie.
Yeah.
So if you didn't get your bets in early, I'll give you his number.
The only spot to get your Pioneer League bets in.
He works out of a cardboard box, but believe me, he is 0-2. Let's bring it back here on Vibes TV. Casey Peterson, Jordan Fitzpatrick, Jacob Cruz. The 1-2 from Wesselman in the dirt. He struck out 7 thus far. Now, Jake, I've asked this question to everyone who I've had on. We're reminiscing. Now, you, as someone who's been here in the press box for 2 straight seasons, I know you're going to say this is a much better season. 8 strikeouts for Wesselman, but is there sort of a singular moment that sticks out to you as sort of a favorite moment this season?
This season? Tyler, one of my favorite moments of the season was you singing the national anthem. That absolutely made my day. That was awesome. But no, it's I don't know about a favorite moment, but this year has just been so much better, especially the second half. Just to see the vibes, playing competitive baseball. Because, I mean, say what you want about the first half of the season, that ball is smoked.
And that ball is gone off the bat of Jordan Fitzpatrick.
That kind of leads to my point there. That's a little bit more like first half of this season vibes baseball.
It'll be 5-0 Rockies once Fitzpatrick crosses the plate.
Yeah, but it has been awesome to just see the vibes just playing really good baseball down the stretch here, and came up short, but it's been awesome.
So when I sang the anthem, that was, if you remember back, it's the July 4th weekend. It was a long, long homestand that sort of, I think it was like the end of a 3-game no-co, and then like 12 against Billings and Grand Junction.
Yeah, I think it was. It was a long one.
So it was like 15 games or 14 games in 13 days because there was a built-in doubleheader. And that was game 13 and 14. And I would have taken the style you took had I had any voice. So as I'm that's a base hit for Jacob Cruz. As I'm practicing here in my box to myself, I realize there's no way I'm hitting Rockets Red Glare. And so I decided to take the Billy Joe Armstrong approach and go full Green Day on that.
Yeah. It was
51
awesome.
seconds.
The 51, that's right. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I do have to say, that was a highlight of the season for me. That was a good day.
Chris Allen told me it was the greatest anthem he ever heard. He said, I've never heard an anthem under a minute.
That was a good one. And so something we do over on our side of the press box is we will take an over-under line for the national anthem, and we've kept a little tally, but you by far have the quickest time, and you lost me $1, Tyler.
Lost you $5 today too.
What we're talking about is Tyler was out on the field taking batting practice. I think they had some of the pitchers taking BP
So the
today.
pitchers were taking some BP. Some of the batters were batting left-handed, and Aaron Griffith got in the cage. And as soon as I saw Aaron get in the cage, I go, well, I got to take some swings
You
now.
have to, yeah.
And unbeknownst to me, there was some action happening up in the left side of the press box between Donnie Bailey and Jake Bear. Jake said I couldn't get a ball out of the infield in 3 swings. Donnie took him up on it, and the $5 went to Donnie.
I'm utterly humbled. Tyler has a sweet swing, and he flipped one down the right field line. I think it would have been a double.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a poke, but it worked.
Depends on how the legs are feeling on the day, maybe, but I think you could have legged it out.
I mean, I haven't suited it up since good old 2012. So it's been 10 years since I've thrown the jersey on.
I gotta say, your swing is pretty sweet. You're no Sean Ross.
I'm no Sean Ross, who hit a ball 502 feet over the flags in left field.
Yeah, I think it might have gotten over the light poles if it was headed at him. But he hit 2 last night, 494 and 502. That's two of the. Those are the 2 biggest home runs I've seen in this ballpark. It was incredible.
502 might be one of the longest home runs I've seen in any ballpark.
Yeah.
There's strike 3 and a new season high for Jacob Wesselman. That's 9 Ks.
Yeah, baby.
So he's given up 5, but he's struck out 9, which is a very strange line.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of a revenge game here for Wesselman.
He was traded to the Vibes for a player to be named later in mid-July, I believe, maybe early August. 2 outs for Joe Johnson. It's fouled away. Was that your first anthem ever?
That was my first anthem ever. I mean, so I grew up in kind of a small little lake town, and on the 4th of July, we would all go tie our boats together after the boat parade and go and have a little fun out on the lake. And we would always do an anthem to kick that off, ground out to first year. So I sang that, but this is my first professional sports game anthem.
All right, we will be back with Jake Bear, and the Bear will tell us about elk hunting on the other side. 5-0 Rockies in the 5th. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. The Rockies got a run in the top of the 5th. It was a home run from Jordan Fitzpatrick, his 7th of the season. Vibes trail by 5. We're back in the booth with Jake Bear, our press box manager, or whatever title they gave you.
I'll take that. That sounds pretty good.
All right, we'll take that for tonight. Ruffle Cassie's feathers, maybe, as I say that. Swing and a miss. Andrew Hansen. He singled in the 2nd. But Jake is at least I recently learned, an avid elk hunter. And just got back from a elk hunting trip.
That's right.
Tell me a little bit about the science of stalking there.
The science of stalking. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm the right guy. I started elk hunting when I moved out to Colorado. So about 2.5, 3 years ago. But I mean, it's awesome. You get out there, and it's basically so. If you don't see any elk and you don't shoot an elk, you're doing armed hiking and a pretty good camping trip at the very least. So there's a plus there, even in just getting out. But I moved out here and I bought a bow and I got pretty hooked. It's a lot of fun.
Now you're off the grid.
Off the grid. Yep. I would say, well, I'll tell the listeners exactly where I go. It's actually just a spot just adjacent to Lake Secret up there in unknown Colorado. So if anybody knows where Lake Secret is, they'll be able to find that spot pretty easily.
Is that a bit you're doing?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Okay. I was like,
That's an old hunting joke for you. Good one for fishing spots too.
I mean, I don't know the old or new hunting jokes, so they're all new to me.
Yeah, I'm learning as I go. I definitely have to improve my joke repertoire, so I apologize to our YouTube listeners, but
There goes Hansen. That will be a stolen base. No, it won't, because it's ball 4.
all four.
So, as someone who knows very little about any sort of hunting outside fishing, which really isn't hunting, how do you sort of get approval? Because I'm sure it's a regulated process.
Yeah, so basically what was it? In March or October, I applied for a license to go hunt elk. And basically the area that I'm in, you need to go get the tag through a lottery process. And you can kind of build out points throughout the years to do that, called preference points. So I cashed in some preference points that I had built up to do this hunt this year. So they kind of have, the more preference points are needed to hunt the area, the better the area should be hypothetically. So you could go out every year with an over-the-counter tag is what it's called. But people who have the points built up will opt to either save them or cash them in to go on a cool hunt. So I decided to cash in this year, and we got the whole month of September. It's pretty fun.
Brilliant.
So, Vibe season kind of winding down, so I'll have a little bit of time to sneak away. But yeah, for those of you listening who are also avid hunters, I wish you luck throughout the fall. It's a lot of fun.
And you've, to be clear, have come up empty-handed so far?
Empty-handed so far.
Okay.
But we got the rest of the month, so we're hoping for good things.
Hoping for good things in this inning, too.
That's
a hit
right.
by pitch and a walk. So sort of a rally for free for the Vibes, but can they do anything against Alfredo Villa, whom they only have 4 hits against in the first 4 innings? Lopez pulled back that bunt. It's 1-0. Villa will check back to second just to see if Lopez would tip his hand. He did not. That's going to be a double steal. So they won't even need the sack bunt.
Am I correct in saying, did Andrew Hansen have 3 stolen bases last night as well?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. He's running all over everybody.
Lopez looks at a strike. 29 steals for Hansen this year,
29. Wow.
which is a Vibes record.
Is it?
It is a Vibes record.
Vibes record.
21 steals was the old record set by Mr. B. Torres in 2019.
All right. We're talking about old school vibes back then.
The old school of 1 year, yes.
Yeah, right.
3-1 to Cesar Lopez.
Tyler, real quick while we're on that hunting subject, I need to give a quick shout out to the guys over at the Academy Archery Club, Scott Rogers and Dan Thorson. Great guys and a good community. So if you're listening, go check it out over there. It's a fantastic spot. Good people.
Now, do you have to get any sort of special license to carry a bow?
Not to carry it. So it basically, I mean, you can go buy one today from either a bow shop or a place like Shields or somewhere like that. So no license to carry that. It's different than guns in that it'd be, I guess with the bow, it's less of a weapon. So you're able to, anybody can go get one, and
It's probably been a weapon for a longer time in history.
that's true.
But
yeah, maybe back in the day you had to register your bows, but I don't think you need to anymore.
you had to register by cave probably back in the day.
Right, exactly.
0-2 to Ulysses Cantu. Bases are loaded. Nobody out. Cantu takes ball 1. And this is a compound bow we're talking about, right?
Yeah, compound bow.
So if I have it correctly, you start pulling it back, it's real tense, and then it gets real easy.
And then it lets off. So yeah,
Okay.
the new Colorado rule, you can have up to an 85% let off.
That is going to get through. That's a base hit. They're going to send Nunez. Ross's throw way high. That's a 2-run single and an error on the shortstop. And the Vibes now have something cooking. A very aggressive send of Ulysses Nunez, forcing the throw of Ross. Lopez will end up at third. Cantu will end up at second. And now the infield comes in. That's in the dirt. Well, you got a pretty exciting inning the other night against the Raptors when you came in this booth on our little switch we did.
I really did. I have felt like most of my innings in here have been pretty exciting.
Oh, I've got
Are
to.
we still on the score sheet? I was
We
just gonna
do.
ask.
I've got to update the score sheet as Navarro fouls us away. So hold on now.
So for those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, Tyler has kept a plus or minus score sheet for each guest that has come in for one inning, based on the number of runs the Vibes score or have scored against them in that inning.
Navarro fouls it back. Now, like Dean, who spotted me for 3 games, he doesn't get those because he was the broadcaster, not the guest. I don't know that I can give you that inning, but I can give you 2 here. You are even, and you are 5 behind Jacob, actually.
All right. Jacob's in the lead,
Yes.
is what you're saying. Okay.
Yes. Jacob's a +5. John Reyes a +4. Kay is a -4, so she won't. She'll be taking home the opposite title.
Yeah, she might be done for the year. We should not necessarily good. I'm just glad that I got back to even. That's kind of all I wanted on the season.
And that hit Navarro. An 0-2 pitch hits Navarro. It's the second hit batter this inning. The Vibes have sent 5 men to the plate, and only one of them has a hit. No outs recorded. Alon Garcia. He is the go-ahead run. Garcia today, 0 for 2. A pop out, a ground out. The infield is still in despite a double play in order. Garcia to center. In the ballpark. Elvier makes the catch. Only the first runner will tag as the throw goes to second. It's a sacrifice fly for Alon. A third run in the inning for the Vibes.
Looks like the Rockies are getting 22 Galen Young loose in the pen here.
Young, the former NoCo Owl. So sac fly for Garcia. The appeal to third. The appeal is unsuccessful.
So Tyler, I don't know how you feel about making calls or making predictions on your broadcast, but if with your permission, I'd like to go ahead.
Please do.
I've got a double in the gap here as that. Well,
it'll get the runners over. You didn't act quickly enough.
Maybe I should have held off on that for another 2 seconds. It might have looked a little bit better. I had a good feeling though. Lopez has been swinging a hot bat.
Second and third for Mike Annone. Mike Annone has a chance to drive in what could be the tying run, who's at second base.
So Tyler, you talked about going fishing. What type of fishing do you like to do? I know you're a Cali guy. Is that ocean fishing? Or?
So I like to fish in lakes, reservoirs. I've got one rainbow trout to my name.
Awesome.
It's definitely my career is the they don't call it catching, they call it fishing kind of thing.
Yep.
I think that would go in the cabinet of the old fishing jokes.
Yeah, that's right. That's kind of like my armed hunting joke.
Unknown. Will this drop in? In as a left fielder. He makes the catch.
Well, thanks for having me on, Tyler. It's always a pleasure, and I'm glad I could add to my run total.
You are a +1, Jake. You'll likely end the season there, but better to end positive.
That's right.
All right. We'll take a break. I want to thank Jake for stopping by. 3 runs for the Vibes on just 1 hit. There was an error and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the 6th. 5-3, the Rockies lead. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. It's the top of the 6th. Jacob Wesselman still on the mound. 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 9 strikeouts. Do I have that right? 2 earned runs? I'll have to go back and check the books just to be sure. But our guests continue. Hit to right. Nunez makes the catch. We'd like to welcome in Thomas Matthews, our scoreboard operator. What's up, Tom?
Thanks for having me, Tyler.
It's good to finally have you in here, dude.
Absolutely, man. It's been a nice, cool afternoon. Feels like fall. Great day for baseball.
Now, you run our DAX scoreboard over there. You have a good old time with those left side guys.
Absolutely.
This is your first year here at the Vibes. How much fun have you had this year?
I've had a great time working for the Vibes this year. I moved over to Colorado from Texas in February, and I just have a love for sports, especially baseball. So I saw an opening over here to come and work a summer job over here for the Vibes, and decided to come on out and see if I could help us out this year. And it's been an awesome experience. It's been my first job in sports, and I'm completely thankful and a lot of gratitude for it.
It's just the kind of thing. It's like, you know, I've worked in jobs where you show up to a building, you show up to your desk, you come to the ballpark for work. It's just a whole different vibe.
It doesn't even feel like work, Ty.
Yeah. I know you guys have a good time over there as well during the game, so it'll pass by quickly. This is Durand who fouls it away, 2-2. You always come with the snazzy hats, though. You've got a Bulls 98 champions hat. It looks like it's weather beaten, put through a grinder. It has got some years in it. I know you got quite a few.
This is my go-to hat. It is my everyday attire. It's to cover up the long hair on top of the head that I'm trying to grow out right now. So now that I'm not being forced in the military to cut my hair anymore, I'm going to see how far I can grow it out before it starts to get too long.
Now, you are a veteran of our nation's Navy. Is that
I am.
correct? So a little salute to you right
Thank
there.
you, Ty. I appreciate it.
How long were you in the service?
I served in the Navy for 4 years, and I did air traffic control. I was stationed in Pensacola, Florida, and Fort Worth, Texas for my duration, and then I decided to get out of the South from Macon, Georgia, where I was born and raised, and to come to the mountains and get a taste of the Rocky Mountain weather.
How about 10 strikeouts for Wesselman tonight?
Westman's dealing, man. He's out there dishing tonight.
So tell me a little about, you're from the South. I don't have a lot of experience in the South. The most southern I've been is, I don't know, Amarillo, let's say. But you come from Alabama. You grew up a big Braves fan, right?
Come from Georgia.
Oh, you come from Georgia. Big Braves fan.
Big Braves guy. We got our World Series last year. We got Spencer Strider locked in the NL Rookie of the Year with Michael Harris providing some offense behind him. So we're happy in Atlanta as a Braves fan, Braves Nation. That was my first World Series that I got to witness. The first one that they got was 1995, and I was only 6 months old at the time.
Yeah,
so this one was nice. It was bittersweet to get a ring, and hopefully we can make a good run this postseason and see if we can get the East on lock over New York Mets.
That's a base hit for Elvier. What's the standings look like? You're still in first place, right? Aren't you?
We are right behind the Mets right now. We believe we were about 7 or 8 games back. And
is it that far?
It closed up to about a game within the past few games, and I know that we closed the 3-game home series in Atlanta against the Mets. So that might be the final home stand to decide the NL East.
That's gonna be some appointment television for sure. Here's Colin Gordon, 2 strikeouts, a double. 2 outs. We're talking with Thomas Matthews, who's our scoreboard operator. I'm asking everyone this, so I'll ask you. Do you have sort of one moment as we reminisce here on the broadcast, one moment from the season that sticks out to you as just like, oh, that was so cool, or just anything like that?
Man, this season's had some great moments. I'd say Joe's had some awesome backhanded stops at shortstop. Those have been awesome to watch.
Yeah, Joe's had some great plays at short.
He's had some phenomenal plays in the hole. Some that got me out of my seat. One that got me out of my seat was Mike Anone's home run that he hit. It was the home run is the only one that I've seen here at home this year, and he gave it a nice ride to left field, and then he gave it an admiration shot before he jogged off to first base. So that one was awesome. And
with his parents in town, nonetheless.
I believe so. That was the first night his parents were in town, so he gave them a treat as well. That was special.
1-2 to Gordon. Pickoff back to first, and back goes Elvier. 5-3 Rockies, 3 runs for the Vibes in the bottom of the 5th inning. We're playing here in the top of the 6th. Sort of a late start with the lightning delay. We started at 7:02, which is only an hour and a half in. Down low, Wesselman trying to get Gordon to swing at his 11th strikeout of the night. What's next for you, Thomas? Are you hanging out in the Colorado area for the time being, or?
I plan to stay in the Springs for the time being. Just because I got here in the last 6-7 months, I'm still getting my feet wet.
Yeah.
So I'm enjoying it out here, and it's beautiful. I know the snow's coming, so we'll get ready for that.
Swing and a miss.
Great pitch.
11 strikeouts for Jacob Wesselman. Now, you got to get going back, or? Oh, okay. We'll say bye. Thank you for coming out, Thomas. Hey, any shout-outs to give before we let you go?
I'd like to shout out my mom, Kate, my stepdad, Warren, and my sister, Kathleen, and her husband, Benjamin. They're going to their first Major League Baseball game tonight with their baby, Ben, who is 8 months old, Seattle Mariners, and Atlanta Braves tonight.
Oh, you're an uncle then.
Thank you, Ty.
Uncle Thomas, is that?
Uncle Thomas.
All right. We'll say bye to Uncle Thomas, 5-3, as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Go Vibes.
Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. Tyler Peterson here, wanting to remind you that the Vibes are proud to partner with Donate Life Colorado to help raise awareness for the nearly 1,500 Coloradans who are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. You can be someone's hero by saying yes to organ, eye, and tissue donation when you register at the DMV or online at donatelifecolorado.org. Anyone can register regardless of age or health. Remember to talk to your family about donation. Just one heroic choice can save and heal lives. Donate life. Come on, Colorado, let's donate life. Bottom of the 6th. Michaels, Hansen, and Nunez to face Galen Young. First pitch swung on a missed. I'm now joined in the booth by Michael Newman. Michael's back in, and I won't ambush you this time.
I appreciate that. That last time, it was kind of fun, not going to lie, but I don't feel like being ambushed tonight.
0-1 to Michaels. And Michael is another one of our press box left-siders running pitch clock tonight.
I've got TrackMan tonight.
Oh, he's doing the TrackMan tonight. 1-1 pitch to Nick Michaels. Grounded foul. Now, last time I talked to you, if I believe, done with school now.
Done with school now.
Okay.
I'm done.
So you are sort of looking to break into your first job. I can tell you from my experience, as soon as I got out of school, I was like panicked for months because I didn't have my normal 8 to 3 schedule I had for the first 20 years of my life.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been so weird the last few weeks not having school. Still getting used to all the transition and, still looking for work and, I'm kind of enjoying life right now. It's been nice to have a couple weeks off, but now it's time to get going again for sure.
Have you been looking around in the local area? Are you sort of branching out? I know you're a Bay Area guy.
Bay Area for sure. Go A's.
We always have time for a Go A's on this broadcast. Young strikes out Michaels at 92.
Even though it's a little tough being an A's fan right now, but hey, why not?
I think they're playing right now. We could look up the score. Last night wasn't so great against the White Sox.
No, it was not. What was it, 14-0 or 14-2 final score?
I think I turned it off at 10-0.
I'm surprised you were watching.
Well, I keep track of the score, and I stopped. 1-0 A's in the fourth. And, of course, we'll go through our MLB scoreboard a little bit later. Here's Andrew Hansen. So what's it been like for you? You're looking for a job in sports or a job, wherever you can sort of find it, or what's sort of the niche you're looking for?
Right now, kind of anywhere. I would like to come back here next spring for the next season.
It'll be a very easy ground out to the second baseman, Gordon, who's been busy tonight, 2 away.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to come back here, work for the Vibes again. We'll see what happens. I'm looking to hear from Kay next year and make something happen. But if not, I'll keep looking for other stuff to do. Definitely, I'd like to try sports. I'm still young enough to give it a couple of years to try and see what happens.
My advice with Kay is email her and call her every day. Believe me, eventually she'll pick up.
Yeah, that's very true.
2 outs for Ulysses Nunez. That's a first pitch strike. So we're reminiscing. Do you have a singular moment that stands out to you from this season?
Ooh, that is a good question. I mean, from the beginning of the year, on the left side, we pick a player on the Vibes that we stick with the entire year, and I went with my hometown boy Gio Diaz, being from the Bay Area himself.
Brentwood, California, shout out.
Oh yeah, and seeing him get that hit to break the Vibes record was pretty cool. What a great moment for the Vibes and for Gio Diaz as well.
Ground ball toward Ross. Waits for the true hop. Throws on to first in time. 1, 2, 3 here in the sixth. Can you stay for another half?
I'll stay another half.
All right, perfect. We'll take a break. We'll come back for the top of the seventh on Vibes TV. Well, an uncomfortable final warm-up pitch for Luis Navarro, but this guy is super tough. He's back in there. The night for Wesselman is over. Seth Davis is in. How about 6 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, and a season high for a Vibes pitcher, 11 strikeouts against the Rockies tonight. Tyler Peterson and Michael Newman, who's our TrackMan operator, at least for tonight. I know you guys sort of bounce around.
We do bounce around, but speaking about TrackMan, his spin rates were elevated tonight for sure, and it definitely showed with all the strikeouts that you had. His fastball and his curveball was really mixing really well tonight. And
give me an idea of what maybe a typical spin rate would be, or maybe if you say it's elevated, how does that change the baseball, or what is the number?
Yeah, so normal fastball is going to be about 21 to 2200 RPMs, which means that's how many RPMs or how many rates, how fast the ball is spinning, basically.
Revolutions per minute. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And the higher the spin rate, the more difficult it is to see those the laces on the ball. So when you have a fastball with a higher spin rate, it's going to look more like a curveball that also has a higher spin rate, and you're going to see guys whiffing on balls a lot more often that way.
Pop out by Peterson, 1 away.
So tonight, Wesselman's fastball was as high as 2,400 RPMs, and his curveball was sitting at about 2,500 to 2,600 RPMs. So when that happens, his fastball is looking at his curveball, and his curveball is looking at his fastball, which is why you saw those guys swinging and missing on his curveball so often tonight. And that just goes to show how well he's done in tunneling his pitches tonight. That's gotten all those swing and misses that we've seen.
Well, that's very interesting. And, of course, the TrackMan is a fascinating tool. It's this big black box that's sitting, I think, right above me. Now how high? Might be on top of the stadium, but I think it's just on top of the press box. And it beams down whatever it beams down to home plate and collects all the data. Here's Fitzpatrick, who homered in his last at-bat, 1 away.
I'd say it's probably my favorite thing to do here. It's just being the baseball nut that I am, I get to see all these numbers and play with them and, how hard was that hit? Oh, wow, 105 miles an hour off the bat. Like, that's, it's cool to see that at this level. And looking at the velocities, especially when, like, Miguel Pozo's pitching and he's running it up to 97 miles an hour, that's fun to watch and fun to see the numbers behind it.
Fitzpatrick back and into the concourse. We're still waiting for one in the press box this year.
So close. We haven't had one yet.
Donnie Bailey had a couple the other night that if he had opened up that left side window on the side may have had a chance on.
He might have had an arm on one of those. We had really close ones yesterday. We need one here. It's time.
2-1. I got one in my booth last year in Idaho Falls. I was working with my broadcast partner, John Balgini. And John and I were facing the Vibes. And Mr. Mike Annone hit a ball. And it's interesting because this press box sits higher than the Idaho Falls ones does. So my window, is far beneath the top of the net, right?
Right.
So the way Mike hit it, he hit it basically so that the arc of the ball from home plate would have crossed sort of diagonally into the booth.
Wow.
And he hit it probably the exact angle he had to hit it to get there.
Yeah.
And John, who's done Idaho Falls baseball for 38 years, said it was the first time he's ever gotten a ball in the booth.
Lucky you.
Hansen can't quite catch that. It's Fitzpatrick's third hit. And I'll say for the record, legend does say that John caught the ball on a fly. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
I like it. Broadcasters are athletes too.
Broadcasters are. You certainly were an athlete at one point. You pitched, didn't you?
I pitched against this guy hitting right now, Jake Cruz, when I was at Ohlone College in Fremont. He was playing for Delta College in what is that? I guess North Bay area.
Well, speaking of Brentwood, Jake Cruz is a Brentwood guy.
He's a Brentwood guy. Yeah, he torched us that series. He hit 3 or 4 home runs in that 3-game series and knocked us out, and they went on to win states, and we sat at home and watched them win it.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better inning to come in for.
I guess so, yeah. There's a... Yeah. I think I threw 4 innings in that first game, and I want to say he was 1 for 2 with a double. No damage, though. I didn't give up a run in those 4 innings. I came in for our starter. He gave up 4 or 5 in this first out, and I came in to relieve. And Jake Cruz was the guy we were trying to pitch around all weekend because he was their 3-hitter. He was mashing the ball, and I believe he was drafted in the 7th round. So he was playing in affiliated ball for a bit, and now here with the Grand Junction Rockies, I was texting my buddy Ryan, and I was like, hey, Jake Cruz is playing for the Rockies tonight. I'm watching him play, and he's like, no way, really? I'm like, yep. So it's fun to watch, guys that you used to compete with at this level.
Cruz takes ball one. This is the sort of thing people ask me, why do you bring on so many of the employees? It's for stuff like this. So whether it's elk hunting with Jake, or it's, hey, you actually played against these guys yourself, it's those kind of stories I love to hear.
I got to hear those elk hunting stories with Jake, though. Oh, he crushed that.
He certainly did. This is to center. Garcia will track it down on the warning track. Well, he might have hit it 390 feet, but it's an out.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that gives me nightmares because of that series few years ago now, and still a great series, and just those memories of playing at Ohlone College was just the greatest couple of years of my life for baseball, and all those friends and those memories, and never forget it. I'll never, ever forget it. And it's cool when you see some of these guys that pop up every now and then. There's a guy on these rosters that I played with or played against, and you get to remember those kind of things. Like a guy on Northern Colorado Owls, Isaiah Ramos. I played at University of Antelope Valley with him, and we were pretty good friends.
There were a few guys from Antelope Valley in the Pioneer League last year.
I believe so, yeah. I couldn't tell you who, but
okay.
I believe so. I have a couple of friends on the Boise Hawks right now as well, Michael Cabeza and Ryan Wallstad. But we haven't played them at home at all this year, I don't think, because I haven't seen them.
Was a batter by the name of Brock Efon at Antelope Valley? Or I might be thinking of Lewis and Clark.
We had a Brock.
Big guy, real big guy.
No, not
okay.
him then.
No, that's fine.
Our Brock was probably about a 5'7" second baseman.
Yes, that would not have been him.
That's not him.
Brock Efon played for the Raptors last year, and he probably was closer to 6'6", 280.
Yeah, that's a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
Holy cow. We did not have a guy that size when I was at UAV.
3-1 to Sean Ross. Much quieter night for Ross, who's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. 11 strikeouts for Jacob Wesselman, and he got Ross twice. But the Rockies have the lead. Half swing. Rob Inter says, you went around. That's strike 2. A full count. At first is Fitzpatrick. Think Seth's going to throw over with that great move. He doesn't. Swung on and just tipped. Full count. 2
Honestly,
outs.
It's surprising to see Sean Ross at this level with that power that we've seen from him. 24 home runs on the year. I'm surprised he's not an affiliated ball at this point. And the only thing I can think of is just the strikeouts that he's had in his season.
22 years old from Fajardo, Puerto Rico. Another full count. Ground ball, Hansen on the backhand. His throw to first, up the line, and that's a base hit. So the inning does continue for Joe Johnson. Any shout-outs today on the broadcast?
I'll shout out my dad again. I'm not sure if he's listening, but I'll shout out my dad, Jeff Newman, back home in Fremont. He's probably watching the A's game right now, begrudgingly. I don't know why he keeps doing it, but I guess I watched a couple of A's games recently. I had a couple of buddies I went to high school with or I played against in high school that are currently on the A's, which is really random. But, yeah, I mean, I'll shout out my dad. Just see if he's watching.
I turned an A's game on the other day, and I saw someone with the number 77 on the bench, and I tweeted out, I just turned the A's game on. There's someone on the bench that's 77, and I know it's not Jordan Norberto or Vladimir Radmanovich. And as it happens, Jonah Bride's brother responded to me.
Really?
Yes.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, Fremont High School guy, went to Kennedy High School. Tyler Sear threw 3 innings for the A's last night.
Oh, CYR, yeah.
CYR, Sear.
Yeah.
I actually worked out with him Ooh, my senior in the middle of winter of my senior year in high school, and that cutter he was throwing last night, he showed me that cutter, and that was one of my favorite pitches to throw.
Swing and a miss by Johnson. Is our scoreboard not working at the moment? It should be 1-1.
There's chaos over there right
some
now.
Technical difficulties.
That's a good way to put it.
That's tie for ball 2, 2-1.
Probably the best player I played against, though, is Stephen Kwan of the Cleveland Guardians.
Yes, he is a Bay Area guy as well. And, hey, listen, if you play against someone that makes it to the majors and gets in the conversation for Rookie of the Year, then I would say that's pretty good
The
company.
kid was special back then, too. He was the fastest player I ever played against.
Johnson down the line. Nunez to play it on a hop. This is hit really hard. Nunez to Lopez. Lopez, no throw. RBI single for Joe Johnson with 2 outs, and it's a 6-3 ball game.
Yeah, even then, you knew he was something special, and he went to Oregon State, dominated Oregon State, and got drafted, and now he's with the Guardians and tearing it up.
He would have been there probably the same time Adley Rushman and Trevor Larnach were at
100%.
Oregon State.
Mm-hmm. He was on that team. Another guy, one of Jake Cruz's teammates, actually, Bo Phillip, was at Oregon State as well during that same period. They all won that championship all together in, 2019? They won the state championship? Adley's last season.
They
won the
national championship?
Yeah. Didn't they win the national championship in 2019?
I'd have to think about it.
I'm not sure.
0-1.
Either way, that team was loaded, and I want to say all those guys were on that 2019 team with Adley when he got drafted first overall that year.
0-1. Of course, that Oregon State program is, one of the better programs on the West Coast. Continually.
Really just a baseball player factory at this point. They keep putting out draft picks every year, and you see them get pulled up fairly often now. Pitchers, catchers, outfielders, infielders, they've really turned into a top development program, let alone, a very competitive team in the World Series.
0-2. High. Yeah, the Pac-12, while not a power conference in, say, football or men's basketball,
right?
Baseball is certainly one conference that the Pac-12 has a lot of dominance in. I'll shout out women's basketball as well.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Half swing. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire. That's Greg Expolius.
Definitely close, and you definitely can tell Seth wanted that swing.
Well, let's see. We don't have the best angle, but sometimes you can see if the bat head comes toward the center field camera. No, I don't think so.
It's really close, though.
That's that 50-50 zone, I think.
Yeah.
Of course, again, you can't really tell on a center field
Can't
camera.
tell from here, from this angle, but boy, it's close.
Another 2-2. That's strike 3 called,
There you go.
and the inning is over. It's a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Michael, thanks for stopping by.
It's been a pleasure, Tyler.
We'll take a break. We'll come back for the bottom of the 7th inning. It's 6-3 Rockies on Vibes TV. Hey, you're good.
That's right, Vibe fans, hanging out here in the Luxury Suites 311. It's time to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. You guys know the words. Let's all sing along. Let's Let's go, Vibes!
What's that?
Can I hear myself or no?
Bottom of the 7th inning, we had a good stretch here at UC Health Park. It's 6-3. The Rockies leading the Vibes. Galen Young to face 2, 3, and 4 in this Vibes order. Cesar Lopez, Ulysses Cantu, and Luis Navarro. Our tour of the press box continues, and I finally got him on. It's Mr. Donnie Bailey, our finance director.
What's up, Tyler? How's your night been?
I'm doing well, Donnie. What's going on?
Not much. Just enjoying another Vibes game.
So you're the finance director here, but you also play a pivotal role in this press box. You're a left-sider through and through. You bounce around between TrackMan and a few different things, and you get to watch a lot of the games this year. Was it that way last year for you as well, or?
No, last year we were not cashless, so I was doing a lot of cash drops throughout the game.
That would eat into a lot of time.
Oh, yeah. Busy pretty much from the 1st to the 7th inning, and then after the game I was here probably till hour or two after the game's over, just counting money, making sure everything was right.
3-0 to Lopez is strike one. So we've been sort of doing this with everybody who's come in, but we're reminiscing. Any singular moment that stands out to you from this year, from the season?
I think the most memorable for me was the umpire passing out from being hit with the foul ball.
Yes, Jordan Smart, who broke his thumb. That was a crazy situation. It was a crazy game with the delays. The series was a bit crazy, too. It was against this team. We'll pass over what happened. Regular viewers.
The bad beef.
Regular viewers know what happened. Here's Ulysses Cantu. So that was some definitely memorable series, to be sure. Cantu tonight, 2 hits. He's driven in 2. Hits this to Hubbard, who goes to second for 1. Around the horn, a double play.
Good play.
5-4-3. And as quickly as the inning started with promise, just one more out to end the bottom of the 7th. Donnie was hoping for a quick inning. Hopefully not this quick, but we'll see.
I'm cool with it.
What have you enjoyed about working here this year? What's it been like? Just because from everything I've heard, last year was last year, and that's all that. But I've heard it. It's just a better vibe around the ballpark altogether.
Yeah, I think for me personally, last year I was a bit in the weeds. My first year here, just kind of learning the ropes. My first real job after college. But now that I've been here for a year, have a season under my belt. Now my second season, I was able to enjoy baseball more, learn more about the left side of the press box, just do more throughout the stadium.
Ground ball stopped by
play.
Ross.
Can
he make this play? No way. That's a base hit. That would have been one heck of a play. Just not the final. He got the stop. He got the ball, the throw a little bit off. It's a single for Luis Navarro.
Yeah, the kid's a stud.
Yeah, you were here on TrackMan yesterday for the 502-foot home run.
Yeah, he almost hit 1,000 feet of home run yesterday.
He almost did because, 494 and 502. So he just needed 4 more feet.
4 more feet.
Here's Alon Garcia. Vibes trying to do something with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Swing and a miss.
He hasn't hit a run with us.
Now, Alon was with the team last year briefly, and I think he hit a couple, didn't he?
Yeah, he was probably our best player for the first few weeks until he got called up to Monclova.
Now, you're a Colorado native, right? And you went to Boulder?
UCCS.
UCCS, okay. Out of play, and I know you played baseball in your time.
A little bit in high school,
A little bit of high school. So you still got the swing. I saw you swinging the other day.
Appreciate it. I need to rebuttal my last performance. It was rough out there. We'll get that done, though. 16th, right?
I don't
you
know.
won't be here.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I haven't heard.
Oh,
I've
sad.
got a 22-hour trip waiting for me on Monday, so
So sad. Sad to see you go.
I'll be there in spirit, whatever you're planning. This is going to be a base hit into left center field. Inning's not over, 2 men on. That'll bring the tying run to the plate in Ethan Lopez. A little front office inner squad, is that?
I think we're doing a appreciation for all of our part-time employees.
Oh, that's right. Actually, I did see that.
I think that's the 16th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so maybe a little live BP then.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll get some swings out there.
Excellent.
Play some shortstop.
Oh, yeah. Here's Ethan Lopez, who is hitless tonight. He's 0 for 3, but these are the sort of situations that Ethan Lopez just lives on, these late inning, a home run to tie the game scenarios, and takes a big swing and fouls it back.
He's trying.
The last at bat, Jake Bear, I think jinxed him a little bit. He said, I've got a 2-run double into the gap. So I wonder what Jake's thinking now with Ethan.
He looks confused.
That's in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher. Both men will move up.
Calling a single up the middle.
Single up the middle?
Single
All right.
up the middle.
It should be a wild pitch, but just to be sure, we'll watch it back on our delay on YouTube.
Do you have a replay on the stream?
We have the technology for replay. We don't always use it.
Gotcha.
So just, that's a wild
Yeah, that's
pitch.
a wild pitch.
That was definitely in the dirt. 2 men on, 2 men out. Another 2-out rally. The 1-1 to Lopez. Fouled back again. He's on these.
Yeah.
Young's bringing it. That last one at 89. We've seen him touch 92 as well. Can Lopez come up with a big 2-out hit?
Oh, he's fighting it off.
He is fighting it off. Any shout-outs to give on the broadcast?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
I think we need to see Colin in here, right?
We're going to see Colin tomorrow. He requested that he be the last one.
Best for last. I love it. What are you going to ask him?
Oh, we're going to talk about grass. That's to right. Back is the right fielder, Cruz, but he is underneath it. And he makes the catch for the final out. Well, I had him for half an inning, but I can check him off my list. Donnie Baylor, our finance director. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take a break. We'll head to the top of the 8th, 6-3, the Vibes Trail on Vibes TV. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. I'm Tyler Peterson. Thanks for joining us tonight. Top of the 8th inning, Pete Bayer is on in relief of Seth Davis, who goes an inning, allows 3 hits. A run which was earned, no walks, and a strikeout. Bayer will face Jonah Durand, Josh Elvier, and Colin Gordon. Bayer this year, one of the better relievers out of the back end of the bullpen, 23rd appearance tonight for him. A 3-4 record, a 5.68 ERA. 31 2/3 innings. He's struck out 48, which is now 1 behind Seth Davis after he got a strikeout in the previous inning for most as a reliever. First pitch, ball. An opposing batting average of only .250 against Bayer. That's outside 2-0. Our tour of the left side of the press box continues as Mr. Dylan Eford stands in or sits in. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Just thanks for having me, man. It's pretty cool to be over just a little bit further to right of the left side of the press box.
Well, I know you guys have a good time over there, and you like to stay as left as you can. But you've done a great job for us the last couple nights on our cameras. You're doing the mobile cam tonight. But I know you switch around a lot of different roles. Your first year with the Vibes. How do you think it's gone?
I mean, it's been a great season for what I've been here for. It's really kind of helped me fall more in love with baseball than ever, which has been great. And seeing different sides of the ballpark, the business operations, broadcast operations has been really great experience.
3-2 now to Durand. You a Colorado native?
I am. I'm just from a Highlands Ranch suburb up in Denver, down in the Springs for college.
It's inside, ball 4. And you went to college at?
I'm at UCCS right now.
Okay. And how many more years do you got?
I got 1 more after this year, assuming all goes well. Calculus might put a wrench in the plan.
Jeez Louise. What are you studying?
I'm in sports management.
You have to take calculus in sports management?
Yeah, you would think that maybe not. But calculus is a prerequisite class for classes like stats, accounting. Funny part about me failing calculus is I've already passed all my stats and accounting classes. So I'm trying to convince them I don't need to take calculus anymore. We'll see how that goes.
Well, geez Louise, I didn't even take pre-calc. So I don't know anything about finding the area of a circle or any of that other stuff.
No fun.
I took 1 math class in college. It was something called college algebra, which was basically saying, look, just take this. We know you don't take math, but just take this class.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, I'll have to talk to the good people over there with Mountain Lion Sports Management. Wow. All right. Well, I guess you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, help me out, please.
A 2-0 counts to Josh Elvier. Called strike. 2-1. We're speaking with Dylan Eford, who's one of our press box goons, which we use as an affectionate title. What do you want to do with that sports management degree that you're going to finish up?
Right now, I'm hoping maybe to get into facility management at the professional or collegiate sport level, or maybe work marketing for baseball at the minor league or major league level, or for the NBA. Anywhere I can really find an opportunity, that's where I'm going to head to.
Well, Teamwork Online is going to be your best friend. That's going to have a lot of opportunities for what you want to do, because the great thing about sports is that it is, if you want to do stadium ops, or if you want to do the marketing side or the business side, I mean, you've got like 8 different jobs under the same roof.
Absolutely.
So, especially with minor league baseball. 3-2 now to Elvier. Man, it's second after the wild pitch. Ground ball, foul. Do you have a singular memory from this year as we look back on the season that you sort of think in your mind like, man, that was so fun this year?
Yeah, there's been a few. It's pretty cool. We talk about on the left side of the press box that watching some Vibes baseball, you see some things you've never seen in baseball before. But one thing I guess I would say is like a positive, really nice memory was the first knockout round that we won. It was great seeing my boy Ethan Lopez. He's a friend of mine, I guess you could say. Just a cool dude, and it was cool to see him knock some balls over that left field wall. That was a fantastic memory. I've never seen anything like the knockout round home run derby we do here in the PIO League. So I'd say that's probably my top memory. Something new, something cool, something fun.
Yeah, it's funny when the knockout round became a thing last year. a lot of people didn't really know how to handle it. It's minor league baseball, so you do funny things. I was like, I don't know if this is really going to work. But when I was with Idaho Falls last year, we had 3. The first time they started doing it, like I could just feel the juices flowing, the blood getting going. Like it was super exciting, and then I was hooked from there. It's an unbelievable event, and it really just comes down to one guy on one guy.
Yeah, it was super cool. I heard the guys talking about it. I joined a little bit late into the season. They talked about home run derby. I was like, is this like an all-star thing? I wasn't sure what happened. And then I actually had to go home up in Denver for the weekend. I missed the last game of a homestand for our first knockout round appearance, and that was a little sad. And I came back, saw that one. Best memory since.
Well, yeah, the first one didn't go so well against Caleb Farmer, but Vibes are 3-1 since, with Lopez with 2, Michaels with 1. Mike Garcia going to come out and have a quick chat with Luis Navarro and Pete Bayer. Bayer's walked the first 2 hitters, and now he faces the top of the order, Gordon. This is quite the conversation here. It's a close game here in the top of the 8th, 6-3. Now, did you play ball growing up?
I did not. I do wish that I played some baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I played in kindergarten. I didn't really love it. My dad played big time. He played some high school ball, played a couple years in college ball, a few different universities in North Carolina, but I just never fell into it. I was a football kid. Wish I had stayed with baseball.
Our president, Chris Jones, he's just dying to get on the broadcast tonight as he comes into my booth, sees Dylan, and then walks away. I've only asked him 98 times this year if he wanted to come on, and of course, the one time he says he wants to come on, I happen to have a guest, so it's all in good fun, and we love Chris here. 1-0 to Colin Gordon. First pitch, strike from Bear. That was a good slider. Minor league baseball life can be like, people call it a grind, and that term gets overused, but it really is, not just for the players, but for the staff as well. It'll be another wild pitch that moves the runners up. But I'm glad you had a good time here, and, your first foray into something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really awesome experience. I'm pretty grateful for my time here so far, and I hope to be back next season.
So now, if you're a Colorado guy, imagine it's Rockies, Broncos, Avalanche.
I never was a Colorado sports fan.
Oh, yeah?
I'm a big Avalanche guy because when I started liking hockey, I lived here. Same thing with baseball, so I like the Rockies, but for me, I'm kind of just more into the sport of baseball, so I'm just out here to watch it. I like watching the Vibes a lot. I don't really follow a specific major league team. But my dad being from North Carolina, my whole family's from there, so big Charlotte Hornets, Carolina Panther fan.
Oh, okay. So that's the kind of thing I always like to uncover. I had a friend who, is from my same area, but was like Suns, Patriots, Tampa Bay. And I was just like, you got to tell me how that happened. So
that's a big spread.
So you're a big ball guy then out in Charlotte. And
yes.
I got to say, Eric Collins, who does the Hornets games, not necessarily my style, but boy, does he get the people fired up on those broadcasts.
He really does. He's he's probably the second nicest sportscaster I've met. First being you, Jake Ross, at the 3rd spot. But Eric Collins, I got the honor of meeting him at the last Charlotte Hornets Denver Nuggets home game here. He's a cool dude. He definitely has the energy. You've brought some energy here on some of those nights. I hear the broadcast. I go back and watch the big moments. You've got some energy coming up here from the booth.
Appreciate that. Were you this is fascinating because I always grew up with the Bobcats. The Adam Morrison Bob. Were you a Bobcats fan first?
Yes. Back when I was a little younger, back in the Bobcat days, I wasn't following many sports. I was just Panther guy back then, sitting watching the Sunday's game with my dad. But I do have 2 Bobcat shirts in my closet. I wore one here, and then the next day I got an email saying not to wear other professional sports team T-shirts to work. Learned my mistake, but I wear that one to the gym all the time. Go Bobcats.
I can only think of Adam Morrison. I'm trying to think of somebody else. I'm not sure. That's ball 4, and it's 4 walks now in the inning.
You know, when you think about the Charlotte Bobcats, there's not many players that you can think of fondly. They've had a pretty rough history. I've got a Cody Zeller card. He was drafted there to the Bobcats.
Corey Maggette, was he a Bobcat?
I think so.
All right. I just tried to pull that one out. I wasn't sure.
You know, you never know with the Bobcats, man. You're not getting any notable players. I got Kid Gilchrist, Zeller.
Marcus Kidd Gilchrist, that's right.
Kemba Walker was in the Bobcat days. He kind of did some stuff his first few years.
Was Kemba Walker also on the Charlotte Hornets?
Yeah, he was a Hornet for, I think, 3 or 4 years.
So it gets so confusing because with the switch, you had the New Orleans Hornets, you had the Charlotte Bobcats, and then the first domino to fall was the Hornets becoming the Pelicans so that Charlotte could have the Hornet name back. Is that how it worked?
Yeah, it was. It's really interesting thinking back on it. Just going from they were the Hornets, in the 80s and 90s, they were iconic for that purple and teal, and then for whatever reason they thought it'd be a good idea to make it orange and silver and be the Bobcats. So New Orleans had the name Hornets at the time as well, of course. But yeah, the Hornets wanted to. There's this campaign they ran in Charlotte called "Bring Back the Buzz." So "Bring Back the Buzz" is what brought the Hornets back to Charlotte. And New Orleans went ahead and changed that name back. Or I guess they changed to the Pelicans after that.
I have a text here from Aaron Griffith who says you have his permission to wear your Bobcat shirt to work tomorrow.
You know what? Thank you, Aaron. I will do that. That's too funny.
Does the term Buzz City, is that like a thing, or is that just something that they're trying to make a thing?
I think both. Charlotte's known for a lot of things. They're definitely Queen City first. But as far as like Hornets go, they got recent years, especially with LaMelo's drafting, and they're getting a little more relevance. They are kind of getting a little bit more into that Buzz City thing. At least if you're a big Charlotte guy, you're going to call it Buzz City.
Okay, so it is really a thing because there's some of these like Rip City or like I didn't know what Bed-Stuy was for Brooklyn or like Buzz City. I was like, are those like actually like things or is it just sort of a marketing term? All right, if it's actually a thing, that's fine.
It's gaining some traction. It's not like it's not like the Mile High City. Here,
sure.
It's getting its way up there.
Yeah, it's less of like a city thing. It's more of a basketball thing they're putting onto the city.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yes.
All right. This is Jake Cruz, 4 walks and a single in the inning. Rockies have scored 2 runs. Cruz is 2 for 4. That's inside, and it's 2-0. All right, I got to look this up. Greatest Charlotte Bobcats of all time.
Short list.
Oh, here's a guy. This is just absolute Charlotte Bobcats, and a guy who I think briefly played on the Warriors, but Boris Dia.
Yes.
Big-time Bobcat. And a former Warrior. Of course, I bring up Boris. I'm a Warrior fan.
Fair enough.
But Steven Jackson was a Bobcat for a short time.
Yes.
Oh, another Warrior, Jason Richardson. It's just full of Warriors on the all-time greatest list of Bobcats.
We send you some cool guys.
Top 3, what do you think of this? Raymond Felton.
Okay.
Emeka Okafor. Gerald Wallace. I forgot about Gerald Wallace.
Yeah, Wallace, I like that list. I'll accept that.
2
I think
and
that's
2.
Definitely all right.
2 and 2 to Cruz. That's the left center field. That'll get down. 2 runs will score. Jake Cruz will have a 2-run double. It's 4 in now in the inning. Still looking for that first out. Joe Miklas is going to come out and make the switch. Dylan, you can hang out for a little bit more?
Yeah, I've got time.
Okay, cool. We'll keep Dylan to the other side. It's 10-3 Rockies here in the top of the 8th. Damon Ellis comes in for relief of Pete Bayer. Ellis, his 9th game now as a Vibe, 1-0, 4.15 ERA, 13 innings. He struck out 5. Struck out 7, walked 5, and allowed 6 earned runs. The runners are at 2nd and 3rd. Both belong to Pete Bayer. It's Sean Ross at the plate. 10-3, the Rockies lead. Tyler Peterson and Dylan Eford, who is one of our press box boys. Well, that's way over the head of Navarro, and that is a very wild pitch. Talking a little North Carolina sports here in the booth. Dylan is a Panthers fan, and I've got to ask about that quarterback situation.
You know, I'm happy with Baker right now. Obviously, we haven't seen anything. But last year, if you follow any NFL, you know Sam Darnold was the worst quarterback in the NFL at pretty much every metric. Really thought he could do it for us. Started out 3-0, but kind of fell off since then. I'm happy with Baker, but we haven't had a solid quarterback since Cam Newton in 2018.
I don't want this to become a Sam Darnold roast session, but, I mean, I remember watching him at USC, and it just was like, this guy's really going to be the top pick? And so the Jets drafted him pretty high. It didn't work out in New York. And
no.
You take a flyer on a guy who has potential and talent, but, yeah, I think you're in much better hands with Baker now. Yeah. I like Matt Corral, although he got hurt.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I liked him. I really liked that draft pick, even thinking we were probably going to get Watson at the time. Glad we didn't. And then Baker. But I like Matt Corral. And the plan is he's going to stay with us, so I'm happy to have him back for next season, hopefully.
This is up the middle, a base hit. And that'll close the book on Bayer tonight. Single for Ross. And it is 12-3. How close are the Panthers right now to... Because let's see, the NFC South. Now, see, I'm such an AFC guy that I have to, like, pause and think. Like,
that's how I am for that side, too.
They play the Bucks, and they play the... I have no idea.
We got the Saints and then Thomas's Falcons.
Oh, Saints and the Falcons. That's right. Well, you're better than the Falcons, right?
Yes, I'd hope so.
Okay. Are you better than the Saints?
Maybe. It just depends on what Baker does for us, really. We've got the roster to be better, but if the quarterback's not there, we're not.
Ethan Lopez, a basket catch. How about that? For, yeah, the first out of the inning.
About time.
And Dylan, we're going to let you go after the second out because you've got camera duties to go. But
yes, sir.
If it happens quickly here, any shout-outs to give on the broadcast tonight?
You know, my family back home, I think they're watching. Unless that, they might be still at the concert. They're seeing Dave Matthews Band tonight at Fiddler's Green. But hello to my parents. Yeah, I just want to say hey to them. Thank you for the opportunity.
Right on, man. As I said, we try to have everybody on. I think I've got nearly everyone now.
Good. I love to hear that.
I'll have to try. Colin tomorrow will be my final guest. He specifically requested to go last day of the season.
That's a perfect way to cap off the season.
So we'll have Colin, our head groundskeeper. 3-0 to Jalen Hubbard, the 9th man to bat in the inning. We're speaking with Dylan Eford, one of our press box fellows. Swing and a miss. 2-1. Now, did you sort of grow up dreaming about going to North Carolina, Duke, one of those schools growing up?
Yeah, so I never had like a big university that I always cheered for. My mom went to App State, though, which is a really beautiful campus. Great. I like their football, baseball program.
I want to stop you right there.
Go ahead.
How about the first game of the season against North Carolina?
I was watching the NC State game that morning. That game wrapped up also in ridiculous fashion. I tuned over to UNC App State, and that was one of the craziest, I guess, fourth quarters I've ever seen. With the 40 points for App State.
I've never heard of a team scoring 40 points in any quarter.
I've barely even in a half.
But barely in a half. Much less the last quarter to basically almost win the game.
Yeah, and then they kind of threw it away, which was pretty unfortunate. But it was a great game to watch. Unfortunately, I do not like the Tar Heels. I grew up kind of NC State fan. Got a lot of family from NC State, so go Wolfpack. They started off almost losing to East Carolina last week. That was a pretty rough morning.
There's been a couple close shaves. We saw Old Dominion beat Vautech.
Yes.
So college football is back in the swing. We'll have NFL remaining games tomorrow or on Sunday. We had one on
It's the best
Thursday.
time of the year.
It's great. We've got almost all the sports still playing.
Yeah, baseball's wrapping up. The Avs won the cup. Football's starting.
Dude, hockey and basketball
We're
are
doing
right
good.
around the corner.
Cannot wait.
All right, we'll let you go so you can get
All
down
right,
to your
well, thank
position,
you.
but thanks for coming on, Dylan.
Appreciate it.
This pitch is high, 3-1 to Jonah Garand. It's outside. That's ball 4. It is a fireworks night, so folks are sticking around to see the fireworks, but it's not a great night for the Vibes. 12-3, the Rockies lead 6 runs in this inning. It's all sort of unraveled here at the end. That's a base hit to right. They're going to send Ross home. The throw from Nunez is a strong one, but it'll be cut off by Unknown. It's an RBI single. For Josh Elvire. As I temporarily lose my place on my scorebook. It's the first time I had to blow out a column of my scorebook tonight. The runner Ross scores. It's Garand, or Durand. It might be Durand, I believe. Jonah Durand at second. Elvire at first. Gordon at the dish. He swings and fouls it. A third pitcher up in the bullpen now. Oh, we've got Josh Glenn. We've got Josh Glenn warming up in the Vibes bullpen. Maybe he'll have the 9th. One and one. Well, we saw Nico Popa yesterday. Pitch for the Rockies. This is to left. Lopez puts it away. It's over. 7 runs for the Rockies in the 8th. We head to the bottom of the 8th, 13-3 on Vibes TV. Welcome back to Vibes Baseball on Vibes TV. It's the bottom of the 8th. It's a 13-3 Rockies lead. Mike Cano, Nick Michaels, Andrew Hansen will face a new pitcher. Really, they'll face a new second baseman in Alex Nielsen. Unknown to right, there's one out. We saw Nico Popa on the mound yesterday. We'll see Alex Nielsen. Oh, 45 miles per hour on that last pitch. Jake Bear was telling me through not quite American Sign Language.
How fast?
45. Welcome into the booth, Aaron Griffith, our assistant general manager.
I've been sitting here for 30 seconds, and we're already 2 outs into an inning here.
I'm going to have a little session of game recognized game here because you sent a ball off the UC Health sign, in left center today, and a little bit of a pitcher employee batting practice.
I did. It wasn't all pretty. I had to go take a walk in between my 2 rounds of BP today, but I at one time was a decent baseball player, and I will leave it at that.
Well, look, like I said to one of my 8 guests I've had on the show today, I can't even remember who it was, but it's been 10 years since I put the uniform on.
You have had a star-studded lineup today. Due to the frigid temperatures tonight, I have been sitting in my office and trying to go out as little as possible, so I've heard a good majority of the broadcast tonight.
Well, when you come to the office dressed in a wife beater and boxers, I mean, you can't stand outside all day.
That's very courteous of you to tell him I was wearing boxers. Is that too crude for the broadcast?
No, I think that's...
I'll leave it to imagination.
I think it's to the... No, Aaron came in his regular professional dress, let's say.
My Lululemon pants and Vibes polo.
I have heard nothing but great things about men's Lululemon pants.
Tyler, let me tell you a little story here because we're clearly in garbage time here, and this is a great time for this. I was a hater. I was a strong hater. I said, who on God's green earth would spend $128 on a pair of pants? And my wonderful, beautiful girlfriend, Em, for Christmas last year, bought me a pair. And
make sure to snip that little part there.
Yes, sweetheart, if you're listening, please remember that. But I have not gone back since, and I don't think I ever will. So to anybody out there who used to think like me, I get it. I know why. I would really, really encourage you to get at least one pair and see what the hype is about.
When I was on assignment the other day with Colorado College Women's Soccer, both my broadcast partner, Bridget, and someone else who was standing in the booth who was a Colorado College part of the athletic department, both told me they both used to work at Lululemon. They knew the pants that I was talking about specifically that my friend referred to me to, and they both swore, whatever you do, you have to try these.
Yeah, it's the ABC pants, man. The ABCs.
I think those are the exact ones. Well, it's been a quick inning, but
I'll be here.
Aaron is going to stick around for the 9th. Mr. Josh Glenn will come out of the bullpen to close out the Rockies tonight in a 13-3 ball game on Vibes TV. Top of the ninth, Josh Glenn comes out of the bullpen to shut down the Rockies in the top of the ninth. Tyler Peterson, Aaron Griffith, you've been waiting for something like this all year.
I have. I mean, in a high-leverage situation like this, Joe Mikulik goes to the best arm in his bullpen. I think it's the right call, and I'm excited to see these 3 outs.
Josh Glenn, the former Northern Colorado Bear, the backup catcher, the head bullpen catcher, and now comes in to face 2, 3, 4 in the Rockies order: Peterson, Fitzpatrick, and Cruz.
And I think most importantly, he is arguably the best clubhouse guy on the team as well. Just a real class act.
Oh, behind the head.
Yeah.
Oh, 5 pumps.
Yeah. Switch up the delivery there.
Oh, and a base
Mike.
hit for Peterson. And Glenn is not happy about that.
Well, I mean, I hate doing this because I am by no means a professional baseball player, and as you alluded to last inning, that was on full display during today's batting practice. However, did it not look like we could have just stuck a glove out there and got that? I guess we can watch the replay here. Oh, Josh. I'd be mad too.
This is Jordan Fitzpatrick, the second straight pitcher to not be a pitcher after Alex Nielsen through the bottom of the 8th. He's now trying to get calls from Rob Minter, who dropped the Dutch Rennert strike call from earlier in the game.
I noticed that. I think I picked it up kind of in the middle of when he was doing that, and so I thought maybe a dugout was chirping or something and, trying to prove a point, and then he did it 15 times in a row, so tip of the cap to Rob.
I think he maybe just forgot to do the lunges at the gym this morning, so he's just getting it in.
It's a long walk from the umpire locker room to the to home plate, so I get it. You got to stay loose.
1-2. We're reminiscing. We're talking about some of the best this year. You got a moment or two that sticks out to you from this season? I mean, you could go any which way with this, but
I again have heard a good chunk of the broadcast today, and I am going to take this in a different direction. I'm going to give you maybe not worst of the worst, but some memorable moments that aren't necessarily reflected on positively. Because I was thinking long and hard about this. I knew I was going to get this question. And, obviously, sure, there are lots of moments that were great and fun. This is one of them. Any knockout round is always in contention. And so I wanted to flip to 2 things. And first, one of the most vivid memories I have of this season, the day before opening day, we got 8 inches of snow.
I do remember that.
We were shoveling the field, the dugouts, the top of the dugouts, the stands, the seats. It was all hands on deck. It was one of the most interesting days I think I have ever had here, and that is definitely saying something. And then come to find out that, we're playing Glacier, who their stadium I don't believe was ready yet, but when they finally got home, Chris Allen and Brock Noten came from Glacier, and when they first got here, they were telling me about how they were playing in the snow in June in Glacier.
Yeah, I believe their opening day, it snowed there.
Yeah. So I shut up real fast about the 8 inches of snow before opening day. But
now, I have to say, my experience with that was new for me because coming from California, I've driven through snow for about 1 hour in my life previous.
Yeah.
So when I woke up and went out to my car at my hotel on May 20th, whatever it was, there was a nice little pile on top of my car and sort of covering the windshield.
Yeah.
And I sort of just stood there, sort of put my hands out as if to think, all right, what's my next move here? So with my bare hands, I started just grabbing the snow.
Sure. Mm-hmm. It was wet, so it probably came off in chunks.
And then when my hand started going from like a salmon to like a tomato red, I thought, maybe this isn't such a great idea.
No.
I got the beach towel out of the car. I wrapped it around the arm, and then I just went clothesline over
That's good. That's good. I will give you a pro tip. Whenever it snows and you're driving around, wear sunglasses. And the reason I say that is because for all the Coloradans out here, I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. But when you drive around the snow, especially here in Colorado, there's a phenomenon where sometimes like the sun will be out and there's snow on the ground, right?
Okay.
So the glare from the sun on the snow makes it 10 times brighter than, a hot summer day in August. And so if I can leave you with any sort of pro tip or expertise for the snow, wear sunglasses when you go out. Your eyes will thank you, or thank me, I guess.
To right field. Nunez over his head. This is going to be a double for Middleton. Or excuse me, for Hubbard.
The last thing I'll leave you with for the snow story is that on that day, we went out to get lunch, and I broke the windshield wipers on my car.
Ooh.
Because similar to you, I tried to get the snow off, and the motor quite literally broke due to the sheer weight and volume of the snow. So that's probably not a pro tip. That is just a tip.
That's a life lesson. Let's say.
Correct.
Well, I'll take that into consideration because I'm not sort of driving up from HQ Command Center like you are in your Ford F-150. I'm driving around in my Nissan Altima, which gets the job done.
That's right, and it does it well and in style, might I add. Anyway, I have two moments that I wanted to touch on. That was certainly one of them. This might end the inning. It won't. It almost kills somebody in the bullpen, though.
Yeah, just above the bench.
That was like headhunting.
That was dangerous.
Anyway, my other moment is, I believe it was in June. It was the last game of the series against Idaho Falls here at home. If my memory serves me correctly, it was like a 10-3 game going into the 8th.
Yes.
Somewhere around there, like 10-3, 10-5, something like that. And we were pacing for our first 3-hour or less game. And wouldn't you know it, we should have knocked on wood. We didn't. We gave up 24 runs in 2 innings. And I will never forget that because I, A, didn't know that was possible, and B, will never forgive the opening day Vibes roster for allowing that to happen.
Now let's see. That probably would be...
Oh, how about a game time on that?
I believe you're talking about the Chuckers game.
Yes.
The game which we lost.
Last game of this series. It was a Sunday. It was like 32-9 or something.
Well, I believe you're talking about the 25-17 4:30 game on Saturday, or was it the Sunday game, which was you almost had it 31-5. Let's see what we got here. 7th, 8 runs. The 8th, 4 runs. And, that's right, a 12
Two 12 spots.
A 12 spot in the 9th off Paul Carreño, who was a second baseman.
Correct. And I believe there was a 12 spot in the 8th off of...
8 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th.
Oh, okay.
But those 12 runs off Hector Figueroa.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Still, no matter how you look at it, it's not overly ideal.
Nope.
So those 2 moments, again, I want to take it a little different because, like I said, there are plenty of moments that we can reminisce on positively, and we will. But I want to spice it up a little bit.
It's been a fun year of Vibes baseball. Aaron has to bring up the lowlights, which he's more than welcome to do.
I'm known for doing that.
There's strike 3, and Elvire gives it to Josh Glenn. He gets his first professional strikeout.
Save the baseball.
And that's the inning. Save all the baseballs. We head to the bottom of the 9th. It's 15-3, the Rockies lead on Vibes TV. And Aaron Griffith, are you staying for the bottom of the ninth, or are you taking off?
I'm going to take off.
All right.
Going to take off.
We will. Any shout-outs to give?
I already gave it.
I think you did. All right. We'll head on to the bottom of the ninth. It's 15-3 Rockies on Vibes TV. Welcome back to Vibes TV. This is Vibes Baseball, the second to last game of the year, our second to last bottom of the ninth. Vibes trail by 12. They'll face Alex Nielsen, who is a second baseman. 2 runs scored in the ninth. Lopez to left field. That'll drop for a base hit. Well, I've been told we've set a new Guinness World Record for most guests on a sports broadcast, and I'm set to receive my award after this game by the Guinness Society. So I'll have to prepare a speech for that. Ulysses Cantu, the DH. Up the middle, a base hit. We talked about when Paul Carreño came in many moons ago and gave up 12 runs in an inning. He was throwing sort of like how Alex Nielsen is throwing right now. Now Navarro takes a strike. Didn't like that first pitch. I want to thank everyone who stayed with me through this broadcast. It's been a long one tonight, and I appreciate your viewership. Of course, we'll have one last broadcast on Vibes TV tomorrow, and I sincerely hope you'll be part of it. Dusty Baird will pitch for the Vibes tomorrow in their last game. Navarro to center. A base hit. And a run. Gio Diaz is going to send him home. This is a double. That's a run. Alon Garcia will bat now. We'll pad the statistics for Navarro. Alon to center field. And that'll drop. Excuse me, that was a 2-run double by Navarro. So Navarro will head to third. And it's 4 straight hits to begin the inning. I don't think we'll see another pitcher in this ball game. We might see another position player. Ethan Lopez is going to bat left-handed. So how about this? Lopez is going to take this at bat from the left side. And Nielsen drops down submarine at 77 and says, well, how about a little bit of this? Oh, this is going to be fun. 0-2 on Lopez, batting left-handed. And he just stays alive. His first at-bat left-handed of the year. The eephus to left. It'll be a flyout for Ethan Lopez. I'm glad I got one eephus reference in there. First and third, one out now for Mike Annone. Annone against Nielsen, men at the corners. Mike to right field. Back is Cruz. He'll make the catch. And Annone wants Navarro to tag from third because that would have gotten Annone a sac fly in his 50th RBI. And Luis never left. So now Annone's talking to Gio Diaz at third, who didn't send Luis. It's a tough break for Mike. Here's Michaels. First pitch, strike. Sort of makes me want to get a bat in my hands and head on out there. Behind first. Does Johnson see it? Cruz can't make the catch. Michaels has a two-run double. And this is the sort of thing, let me just put it this way. The Rockies are doing this to avoid using too many pitchers to avoid injuries. But the way Cruz went over for that ball and the way he dove for that ball, that was a bit of a scary sight for them because he came down hard. And you certainly don't want a guy like that to get hurt in this type of situation. That's a 4-run inning for Rocky Mountain. Hansen looks at ball one. 15-7. Fans, they want the fireworks. Nielsen drops down again. Wesselman will take the loss at 3-3. Villa will get the win at 7-1. Hansen to right. Cruz back. Cruz still back. Looking up. It's off the wall. Hansen's going to have 3. Now Nunez, RBI triple for Hansen. So it's a 5-run inning for the Vibes off the second baseman Nielsen, who actually had a 4-up, 3-down 8th. 1-1. It's still a 7-run ball game. Until it gets to be a 1-run ball game, it will not bother Bobby Jenks. Rob Minter hanging in there. Now that's an eephus, and that's ball 3. That is an eephus. 3-1. Nunez into the glove of Johnson. The game's over. 3 hours and 3 minutes later, the Rockies take the 93rd game of the season. They score 15 runs on 19 hits, 1 error. Vibes 8 runs on 14 hits and 2 errors. Wesselman, he takes the loss. He is now 3-3. Villa takes the win. He is now 7-1. I want to thank all the guests I had on today. I want to thank Brendan, who was our technical director. I want to thank Joel, our camera operator. We'll see you tomorrow for one last game of the season. Tonight, our game, a final score of 15-8, Rockies over Vibes. It took 3:03. It was a game in front of 2,773 fans. I'm Tyler Peterson. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Vibes on the wrong end of the score, but there's still one more game. I invite you, if you'd like, to stay with us as we'll broadcast the fireworks show. But otherwise, our broadcast will end from a presentation standpoint. I'll go off the air. Again, stay tuned if you want to watch the fireworks, if we can get them off quickly. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in, and have a good rest of your Friday evening.